Hey, looks like we're back. Sorry about that, everyone. Lost power. I don't know what happened, but it was just for a split second, and then all of my shit got reset. So, luckily I'm working on a laptop, so didn't lose any progress or anything. But yeah, my other computer turned off, and my router turned off. Welcome back. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate that. Sorry for that. And thank you for welcoming me back. Yeah, hopefully everything's cool. I don't know. Usually that doesn't happen unless there's like a storm, but it's sunny and nice out, so. Oops, yeah, the power went out. Sorry, Ari. Yeah, welcome back. I appreciate that. Thanks for hanging out, despite the technical difficulties. So yeah, I'm gonna be a little slow to start up once my other computer boots. I gotta get it back, set back to where it was. But until then, we can just keep doing what we were doing here, but for the water. Dude, my sleep schedule is so fucked. It's 1 AM now, and I am probably about to stay up till 4. That sounds a lot like my sleep schedule. I think I went to bed around 5 last night, 5 or 6. Well, or this morning, rather. I tried to fix it, and then I ended up not fixing it. I don't know. I was in Arizona all last week, so my sleep, they're like 2 hours ahead of where we're at now. Because, like, we've got daylight savings here and they don't. And, yeah. Different time zone. They're like mountain standard. We're central daylight, so like... So my body's like, doesn't know what the hell's going on. When I drove out there, I lost 2 hours and then stayed up for over 24 hours to try to like be at like a normal sleep schedule. And then when I drove back, I gained 2 hours. Or no, I gained 2 hours going there and lost 2 hours coming this way. And then I did the same thing again. I stayed up for like over 24 hours to try to like be at like a normal sleep schedule, and then I woke up at like 1 AM, and so that's kind of where I'm at. Yeah, it was actually kind of funny. I started this game jam on like 0 sleep, and I'd been up for like 20 hours. But I already had like an idea and stuff. Why isn't this monitor turning on? Oh, it's power's not on. All right, 50, 60, 5, 50. $60, $70, $6, $60. $70, $80. 770. Oh, there's another Pokemon in chat. So this one goes to 90 and then 100. This one goes to 9. Wait, this one should be at 90. This one should be at 80. All right. I think that should work. Yeah. So then we just need to call that script. So every time the clock changes, that's when we're going to call that script. Oh. So this happens every tick in between. So I think what we need to do is just check to see if it's at 240 and then do that. So I don't know, we can do that down here. Or we could do it in the food and water. That's another spot we could do it, right? No, let's not do that, because then we'd have to call it every frame. So we'll just check to see if it's at a spot where it should call it every frame. So if variable value, and we want tick int equals 240, then we call script and we do food and water. Yeah, so let's put this inside of a group. So we'll add a group and we'll call this food and water. Then we'll copy this, paste it here, and we'll change the number to be 480. Copy it again, paste it, 720. And 960. And then so if tick equals 120, then it sends it back. So we'll do copy event, paste event, and we'll do, I said 120, I meant 1200. We'll do 199. Wait. 1199. So when it loops back to 0, it takes food as well. So it should now be taking food. What does 64 by 64 mean? That's how many pixels the playfield is. So this spot here if we zoom in, you can see this is 64 pixels across and 64 pixels high. So 64 by 64 pixels, that's how big the game is going to be. But welcome in, Jayok? Let me know if I'm not saying that correctly. Probably not. Let me know what to call you. But yeah, that's what we're working on. Sorry, I lost power earlier, so I'm still kind of getting things set up again. Never fun to lose power midstream. All right, so let's restart this and see what happens now. It should remove food and water every time the clock changes. It will take 240 seconds to get there, but so regardless if we're working or not, we lose food and water. I think Pokemon sprites are 64 by 64 too. You may be right. So we're gaining money as we work here. Because we're at level 1 of work, it is a 1-to-1 ratio. But if we were able to spend this money on food, then we could do that. Right now we're waiting for the clock to get to 240. So let's just speed this up a little bit. We'll go to 230 here. And so now we should lose food. Yep, we just lost food. But oh yeah, we went from 50 to 45. And then we could do it again. So we're about to lose more food. There. Now we're at 40. Although one of these, I think it's the food one, needs this other color. Otherwise we lose track of the numbers. So let's fix that. I think that happens here. We got the food numbers. Yeah, so what we need to do is, before we display it, we need to add 20 to the ones and 20 to the tens. So math functions, and we've got food ones, add value 20. We'll copy it, we'll paste it, and then we need the food tens. Add 20 to that also. And so what that's doing is actually moving everything down. I don't have the tile set visible here. We could open it up here. Yeah, so here's the tile set. We're moving from 0 to 9 to 20 to 29. So that's why we're adding a 20, because this is the 20th tile. Goes 0 all the way up to 19, and then 20, and then 29. And so that's how we get the different colors. So yeah, that should actually fix that. Let's double check and make sure. Man, I was just reading the closed captioning of what that said, and it was like way off. Something about passion and months of stubble. Like, what? Alright, so we should start losing food, but like we did before, let's just cheat to make it happen. We'll go to 230. So yeah, now we've got these green numbers here. It's quite a bit more legible. We can read that number, we can read that number. That looks much better. And then we'll go to 1195. Did it not flip over? Oh, yeah, okay, it did. It was because we were clicked inside of it that it didn't move. Anyways, so now we're losing food and water. So I guess we need a way to, like, add more food and water, to purchase food and water, right? So what we'll do then is we'll go to this little thing here, and then we'll go to the A and B buttons, and we need to figure out what number food and water is. So this is 1, this is 2, this is 3, so 4 is food and 5 is water. So 4, we should just comment what they are. And then 3 is work. Two is left arrow. 1 is health. Alright, so food and water. So what we want to do here is check to see how much money we have, if we can afford how much it costs, right? Because if we don't have enough money, we're gonna have to tell the player, like, you don't have enough money, right? So the easiest way to do that would be a sound effect. I think in the end we'll probably change the scene to a scene that has some text that says, like, you don't have enough money to afford that kind of thing. But first we'll do if variable value. So we need to know how much food and water cost, right? So we want money main. If money main is greater than, I don't know, what should it be, like 5 maybe? We'll go with 5. It's greater than 5, and then else play sound. Although honestly we should have the if variable value check to see if SFX off is equal to 0 first. And then the sound effect, we'll just leave it as the default for now. We'll fix that later. First we gotta make a sound effect for it. Anyways, if we do have the money, then we want to remove money and add water, right? So math functions, we'll do money int and then subtract, and we want to subtract a value of 5. We do want to clamp it, and then so if it's greater than 5 we remove 5, and then we want to also add water, so we'll do math functions, or this is food, so we do food main, and then we do add, and then we'll do value of 1. And then we need to set the numbers for the food and the water. So we go to the... Oh, there's a Pokemon in chat. A Poochyena. Poochyena? Poochyena? A Poochyena. So if we go to this scene and we go to the top, we've got our work numbers, our money numbers. So let's grab our money numbers. We'll copy that. We're gonna have to do that whole thing where we calculate our money though. I almost feel like that should be its own script. I also kind of feel like these should be their own script also, so that way we can call it without removing. Food and water, what if we call it eat and drink? And then we make another script and call this one calculate food and water. Or maybe we do them separately, right? Calculate food. And then calculate water, and then we can take them from here. So food 1s and 10s, copy that. Let's make some room here. And then paste it here. So we got our food 1s and 10s. And our food numbers. And we got that there. So then we'll go to water 1s and 10s, copy that, put that into calculate water. And then water numbers, copy, calculate water, paste. There, so now we've got all of that there. So what we want to do now is delete these and then call those scripts. Calculate food. Calculate water. So this way we can call this same script over here after we purchase food. We can say calculate food, call scripts, calculate food. But then we also want a script that calculates money, so we'll make that as well. Calculate money, and we kind of already do that in the calculate time. So let's refactor this. So where it says fund work, that's fine that it stays here, but all of this money stuff here and the money numbers should be in its own group. So then, yeah, we can call that script, calculate money. We'll copy this event, put it over here, Go back to calculate time, delete that from there. And so now we're calculating the money elsewhere, but we're also incrementing the money here. So when we calculate the money, it doesn't increment the money. But when we increment the money, we also calculate the money. So yeah, we'll go back to this here and calculate money. Call scripts, calculate money. So now we should be able to buy food. We could very simply do the same thing for water. We just need to change some of these. So money stays the same. The food one becomes water. And then calculate food becomes calculate water. And then we should be good. So let's check this out, see if it works. We should be able to now spend money on food and water. We got our pets, and then we make it work so that way we can earn some money. And I think we made it cost 5. So once we get to 5, we'll buy some food. Oh, it wouldn't let me do it. Oh, after 5 you can. So I think we made a mistake there. Because you should be able to spend 5 as soon as you get 5. Anyways, we're able to spend our money, so that's cool. It's a little weird that we can't spend it until after we have... Oh, for some reason I put greater than. It should be equal to. Or greater than or equal to. So now we can purchase when we have 5. So that's cool. We can... Oh, you got the stabby emote. There you go. We've got the food and water, right? So there's a couple of things that we don't have. We don't have the energy running out. We don't have the health running out. So we should probably do the energy next. So we need to, when we calculate time, we can we're already checking to see if we're working, right? So and every working tick, when it equals 10, it goes back to 0. So we could do a couple things here, and it might make sense to do this, where we make a new variable for energy tick, and then we increment that, and then after 5 energy ticks, we remove some energy. So I think that's what we're gonna do. So when we fund the work, we're going to let's just call it energy tick, right? And then so we need to make a new variable. So variable 33, this will be energy tick. And I feel like we're gonna need this for each pet. So let's just call it pet 1 energy tick. Otherwise we won't be able to have multiple pets losing energy at the same time. Which would be cool, to have more than one pet, right? Because that would add like a lot to the gameplay if you can take care of more than one pet. However, that's going to add a lot of variables for each one. You can see all these pet 1 variables. Each pet would need all of those. We do have like 500 or something like that, so should be fine, but that is a lot of variables. All right, so now we have our, what was it? Energy tick, pet 1 energy tick. So we want to increment variable by 1 and energy tick, right? And then so if variable value, if energy tick is greater than or equal to 5, then we want to set value energy tick to 0, so it starts back over. And then if it's not greater than or equal to 5, then we increment. But when we do this, we want to remove energy from our energy thing. So no stabby. That's what this one's for. Yeah, so we want to do math and then energy main subtract a value of 1, but only if we're at over 0 or over 1, if we're not at 0. So if variable value energy main is greater than 0, then we subtract 1, else we subtract 1 from the health. So math health main subtract value 1. But also we need to check if variable value health is greater than 0. If it's less than 0, you don't die, because no one wants to lose their pet, right? So it just doesn't subtract them. But you can't work if you don't have any energy. So that means we need to also check to make sure that before we increment the working tick, oops, we need to make sure that the energy is more than 0. If variable value energy main equals greater than 0, then we do that. And if it's less than 0 or not greater than 0, then we don't do that, but we still get rid of its food and water. Titani, welcome in. Thanks for the follow. I imagine you're the same Titania from yesterday, or from this morning rather. Oh, ads is right. Sorry about that. Are we back from the ads yet? Sorry about the ads. Anyways, welcome in Titania. I imagine you're the same Titania from this morning, so if that's the case, welcome in. Well, if it's not, welcome in as well, but yeah. But yeah, we're just a little bit further along from where we were this morning. And so yeah, now we need to calculate the numbers for the energy and the health, which we don't have yet. You back from the ad, Jill? Sorry about that, Ari. So let's calculate health first. And I think we kind of do that in this one. We've got health numbers. Okay, so we don't actually calculate it. We just write it in. But we can copy that event and then paste that here. No problem. All right. But Ari, yeah, I was watching your stream. I think it was yesterday, right? You were streaming yesterday, and you were doing art, and it was looking good. I think you were working on that lizard again. So how's that going? So we've got our health numbers. Yay! Yeah. What we need to do then is pretty much the same thing that we did for the food. So we can just copy this stuff here. Put this below it, change this to health main, health pens, health ones, and health main. And then we don't need that. Which is weird, because I just pulled that out of food. That shouldn't be updating the work numbers. And then health. We got... Let's make a group so it doesn't get all messy. Rename... Health... Oh, I can't spell. Health, ones, and tens. In a way, I'm glad we're not dealing with the hundreds place. Yeah, naked lizard. Good. I think the lighting is weird though, because I wanted to do it below, do a below lighting for a change. Plus, I thought it might make it spookier, but it just turned out to be lighting practice. Oh, right on. Yeah, you know, sometimes when I do stuff like that, I'll make a like a duplicate of the work, so that way I don't have to, like, you know, worry about having to go back or fixing anything or doing things more than once or whatever. But yeah, I hope you got some good practice in. And yeah, lighting things from the bottom does make things look spookier, but part of the reason why it looks spookier is because it starts to make things look like more abstract and strange, which makes it harder to draw. So like, you almost want a reference of like what under lighting would look like, or being lit below, and that's hard to do with a pixel art creature like that. So don't get discouraged. It's a difficult thing to do. The easiest lighting to reproduce is lighting that you can reference, and the stranger the lighting angle is, the harder it is to find a good reference. You almost need to like draw it in your mind, or like photograph it in your mind, and then try to reproduce what's in your mind. And that's a thing, you know. Yeah, I suppose I should have used Saint Eleven's Illumination and Darkness Toots. I always recommend Saint Eleven's Toots for pixel art, pretty much for anything. But you're right, you know, sometimes it's good to like learn on your own, right? And sometimes it's important to just like try things and do things, but sometimes that's not the quickest way either. Sometimes it's quicker to just like find someone who's spent the time learning and practicing and trying things and figure out what they have to say about what they have learned. And that's the way I feel about Saint 11, is that they did all the sciencing for us in a lot of ways, for a lot of things. Still gotta remember how to do the sciencing yourself, otherwise you'll never be able to like get outside of that and like progress further than that, or to go in your own direction or anything like that. But yeah, I definitely refer to those like all the time. So we're going to be doing a lot of this. A lot of what I've been doing. So we got to do this for the energy one as well. But eventually we'll run out of things to calculate, and then we won't have to calculate things anymore. Also, this isn't really difficult. It's a little tedious, but I've seen more tedium. This doesn't scare me. 40. Well, I hope this game jam works out. Whoa, that one's at 45. That's really not where it's supposed to be. 60. Let's... Wait, what happened there? We copy and pasted this one. Okay. Okay, so that should take care of the health calculation. We've got the health numbers there. And I don't think we need to change the color of the numbers. Nope. So that should be good for calculate health. So let's call that script. Oh, I think that actually happens in time. So yeah. Call script. Calculate health. And then we need to do the same thing for energy. So this is going to be pretty much the same. But the energies are higher. But yeah, you can see we added or I don't know. I don't know. Anyways, we'll start there and we'll make the changes as necessary. And then we'll go to food again. We'll copy the first two. And then fix the variables here. So it's now energy. Energy main. Energy 10s. Energy 1s. Oh, and then this one, energy main. That takes care of that one. This one, energy main. Energy main. Energy 10s. Energy 1s. Energy 1s. Alright, so that should be good. We can close that one down. And copy this, paste it, bring up the numbers by 10, this one by 1, this one by 10. We'll just do this until we get to 90 or to 100 or whatever. So 30, 40, 3, 30. Yeah, so what I'm doing here is the 10s is the 10s place, becomes 3. The 1s is going to be the main int, which is both the 10s and the 1s, and then we're going to subtract 30, which is the 10s place, leaving us with just the 1s place. That's what all of this is doing. It's just doing this over and over again for every possible number between 1 and 99. 4, 5, 4, 4. There's a Pidgey in chat. You like bird Pokemons? $50, $65, $50. $60, $70, 6, and 60. Seven, 6, oh no, 8. This one goes 7. This one goes 7. 8. 9, 8, 8. I caught the Pidgey. And then this one goes to 9. This one goes to 100. This one goes to 9. And this one goes to 9. And then here, we need to increment both numbers by 20, or add 20. So we'll do math, energy, tens, add value of 20, and then copy, paste, energy ones, and these both need to go here. And that should work. So now we just need to call that script in the calculate time. So yeah. Calculate energy. Alright, so now we should be losing energy and health. How is it possible for a one-eyed monster to be so stinking cute? Well, I'm glad you like it. Sorry, I had a yawn there. Let's test this out. We should be able to lose health. Actually, it won't. We won't lose health because it stops working when you're out of energy. And there's no way to gain energy yet. So we need to do that eventually. We should be able to buy food at 5 now. Uh-oh, energy's doing something weird. Is that toast with cheese, or is that butter? Is that butter on toast? It's cute. Butter, yeah. So we're losing energy, but it's giving us symbols instead of numbers, so that's not what we want. And we can buy things on the 5, so that's what we do want. But yeah, the energy not giving us numbers is kind of messed up. Also, I don't know if we can keep this pet alive at this rate. Feels like it's dying in slow motion. Because we were at 50. Spending all of our money on food. Water. LOL, poor pet. Yeah, it doesn't look happy about it either. But it's only losing food and water very slowly. And once its work number gets up to 99, it should level up, which means that it'll make twice as much money. So then it would be able to have twice as much food. But we should probably, I don't know, I kind of want to let it die and like see if it starts losing health or what. But the food and water don't do anything when it runs out. It's the energy that runs out, and it's still got like a lot of energy left. So like let's give it less energy. We'll give it 1 energy. Maybe 2. Now it's at 1. It's at 0 energy. So it should stop working. Looks like it stopped working. Yeah, the pet 1 working tick is at 0. So effectively it stopped working. Like, meaning that it stopped doing the work. But we didn't switch out the work sprite, right? And then tell it that it's not working. So it still thinks that it's working. Taking notes on this. Somewhere, I think it's in calculate time, we do yeah, here. If the energy is greater than 0, so we need an else. And then we want to set variable value. And this is working. Pet 1 working equals 0. And then we also want to update the image. I'm not really sure where that happens. The work graphics? So we want this no work graphics. So we'll copy that, go to calculate time. Yeah, this one here. So that should replace the work graphics with the no work graphics and set it to working equals 0. So that's good. But yeah, we're going to take a quick break here. We got to add in about 1 minute and 30 seconds, and I'm going to make some tea during the break. So I'm going to start the break a little bit early, and then we'll get right back to this. So hang out for a minute, and I appreciate everyone being here. We'll be back shortly. Okay, I am back. Looks like the ads are over. Hope they were good. Alright, so we've got it. Oh, the energy was... Yay! Yay, I'm back. Yeah, so the energy was giving us symbols instead of numbers, so that's not what we want. And let's see. I have a feeling that has something to do with adding the 20 to it. But I know that we need to do that. So if it's less than 10, it works fine. Pet energy 1s or 10s equals 0. Pet energy 1 equals pet energy main. Yeah, so that works fine. And then when it's above 10, it doesn't work fine anymore. So that's weird, right? So if it's greater than 10 and less than 20, pet 1 energy 10s int equals 1, and that works. It's this next one. Pet energy 1s int equals... Oh, look at this. It goes to the food. That's the issue. And this needs to be energy main. Well, that's not good, because that means we need to do that to all of these. Energy main. Energy main. Energy main. Energy main. Energy main. Energy main. And energy main. So hopefully that fixes the issue. But honestly, I'm not sure that it will. Anyways, let's give it a shot and see what happened. I'm gonna sip on my tea, which I'm super excited for. Yummy. My fridge is so empty right now. I have one frozen pizza, 1.5 frozen pizzas. Well, one of them's not frozen anymore. Half of the frozen pizza is baked, but it's in the fridge because I didn't finish the other half. And then, alright, let's make let's do some work. And then I have some pickles. I have some eggs, and part of an onion. Sounds like my fridge is like so empty in there. Cause like when I went to Arizona last week, I like emptied my fridge. You know, I didn't want anything going bad. I didn't want to waste any food. So I like chopped everything up, put it in a big salad, and I ate that salad on the road. Or actually, I think I turned it into mac and cheese. So I do have a few boxes of mac and cheese that I could eat, but I don't have any vegetables to add to it. It's not the same without vegetables or meat, right? I don't have any meats. I gotta go grocery shopping. So, but I've got those 2 pizzas, so I might as well wait until the pizzas are gone. And then, I don't know, maybe make a mac and cheese without vegetables. I feel weird not eating that amount of vegetables. I like with broccoli and ground meat. What's that, your mac and cheese? Because I am in the same boat. I love broccoli, and I love ground turkey, actually. Lots of ground turkey. Mac and cheese, yeah, cool, yeah. Like, I used to eat a lot of ground beef, but I kind of started eating a lot of ground turkey. It looks like I fixed the numbers. We're not getting weird symbols anymore, so that's good. Yeah, ground turkey is a little bit cheaper. Yeah, same, turkey is cheaper too. Oh, cool. Yeah, honestly, I don't really meet people that eat ground turkey. A lot of times when I say that I eat ground turkey, I get this weird look. They're like, what? why? Like, you do that on purpose? But it's really not bad. It tastes pretty good, actually, and it's better for you, and it's much cheaper, like quite a bit cheaper. And yeah, it's like easy to cook, and it works on fucking anything, you know? I mean, you could even like make meatballs out of it if you wanted or whatever. Yeah, if you add 1 beef bouillon cube and a dash of cumin, it tastes just as good or better than beef. Interesting. I have not tried adding a beef bouillon. I've definitely done it with cumin, or cumin, however you pronounce it. And I don't actually have any cumin right now. I was like on like a cumin kick for like a while, and then I think I don't know what happened. So I lost some spices when I moved from my mom's. I think she might have absorbed my spices, and then all I have is like salt and pepper right now, and some thyme, like dried thyme, and like baking powder, and that's like it. But I got the you know, the most useful stuff, the salt and pepper, right? So let's see what happens if we deplete all of our energy again. So it's at 18. We're gonna bring it down to 1. Let's bring it down to 2 so we can watch it drop to 1 first. Oh, and for some reason it stopped working. That's weird. But consider upgrade from salt and pepper to steak seasoning. Yeah, I like steak seasoning, but sometimes it's like a little much. Like, I used to get really into steak seasoning. I used to put it on everything. I used to put it on my burgers, put it on my french fries, put it on frickin' anything. And then I kind of got like, I don't know, I overdid it, I think, with the steak seasoning. It was that Montreal steak seasoning. Cyphex, how you doing? Welcome in. So it stopped working when you ran out of energy, so that's pretty cool. And now we've got $60 to spend on food, water. We can't work. It won't let us work. It says you have no energy. You cannot work. So I'm thinking about how to handle the life thing here, because we have food and water. So maybe it's like an either or situation, right? So if you run out of either, you start taking damage, but you don't take damage from both. Yeah, it's salt, pepper, garlic, onion, paprika, and a few other things, so just 1 bottle for a bunch of things. Doing good, how about yourself? I'm doing great. Yeah, I mean, I feel that. Like, it's cool to have, like, all of your things in one thing, but, like, I kind of like the simplicity of salt and pepper, and then, you know, adding other things as I see fit. A lot of the times I season things with spicy peppers, actually. Like, I know that's just more pepper, really, although peppercorns are quite different than pepper, but you know, I'll do onions, garlic, and hot peppers on my meat, or pretty much anything. Pretty much everything gets that. I've been using a food processor and like chopping up the peppers, chopping up the garlic, chopping up some onion, and then just throwing it in the food processor and like mincing it into like a paste almost, and then adding that with the meat or whatever I'm eating. Next time you have pizza, try garlic, oregano, and red pepper flakes. Yeah, like again, I used to eat a lot of red pepper flakes and oregano, and like I kind of, well, first of all, the red pepper flakes aren't that spicy anymore, considering that I eat like serrano peppers, so I just use fresh serranos rather than the dried flakes. I feel like they get caught in your teeth a little less. The flakes would get caught in my teeth from time to time. And then the oregano, I like oregano, but like it doesn't like do all that much for me. But I feel you. That's, I mean, you definitely know how to season a pizza. You have garlic powder on your pizza. Right on. Yeah, you know, I used to use garlic powder a lot too. It's same thing. I use too much of it, and now I kind of avoid it. I just use fresh garlic. I just go straight to the fresh stuff. I mean, garlic's so cheap. The problem is that it's a pain in the ass to peel, right? But yeah, you know, you spoiled yourself a little bit. I don't know. Like garlic and onion powder are good, and you can do a lot with them. You know, like broth and stuff like that. You know, it's great because it's a powder. It almost dissolves in the water, kind of thing. Where minced garlic, you kind of have to like boil it in the water, and you still have these like chunks, and yeah, it's like this whole thing. Sometimes it sticks to the side while it's boiling or whatever, and but yeah, a lot of times I'll just like eat the garlic, you know, so I'm not really trying to like hide its existence and keep its flavor. I'll just chop it up depending on, you know, what I'm making. Sometimes I'll mince it, sometimes I'll just chop it, and I'll just have chopped garlic, right? It's a little bit stronger that way, and you need more for it to permeate throughout the dish. But if you like garlic, you like garlic, you know. But yeah, I used to make like batters back before I realized I was gluten intolerant, and I would put garlic powder and onion powder in the batter like almost every time. Yeah, that's fair. I like the taste of raw garlic. Yeah, raw garlic is good. I usually cook it, but it's good raw also. I had a friend who used to eat like whole cloves just like on the norm. You know what I really like is those fancy olives with the garlic stuffed olives. That shit is so good because it's like a garlic clove. It's got the garlic flavor, but it's been absorbed in this olive juice, which I love. I love olive juice. Yeah, they're a little bit pricey, but kind of worth it. The only problem is that I sit there and eat the whole jar in one sitting, and I'm like, well, why did I do that? I just ate $6 worth of olives. Yeah. So I think we need to make it lose health when it runs out of food. So we do the food and calculate time. We run out of food and water here. So oh yeah, we have eat and drink. That's what we have. We have eat and drink, and then we have calculate food and water. So eat and drink is where it actually happens. Sometimes you just gotta have girl dinner. What's girl dinner? Is that olives out of a jar? Because guys do that too. Yeah, I've definitely had a condiment dinner before. Usually when I was drinking, I was like, oh, I'm already drunk, I'm not leaving the house for food, and oh shit, I'm hungry all of a sudden, looks like we need to eat something, and then like, oh shit, the fridge is empty except for condiments, so looks like we're having condiments for dinner. I mean, not like mustard and shit, but like toppings, you know, like olives and giardiniera, or, you know, whatever. Pickles. Girl dinner is like, yeah, olives out of a jar or handfuls of shredded cheese or just slices of bread or cereal right from the box. I've been there. I've done that. I mean, I can't eat bread or cereal anymore. And I try not to buy shredded cheese these days. A lot of times I'll buy like sliced cheese at the deli, and it's just me, so I eat it, and it, you know, before it goes bad, hopefully, and I put that shit on everything, you know. Sometimes I'll just eat it by itself, but a lot of times I'll have like some salami and some lettuce or spinach and some cheese, and it'll be like, oh shit, I should have put bread on there, and then I go and get the bread and I eat the bread bites, like, you know, incremental sandwich. I had not done that at that point. I just don't bother eating. Yeah, that can be bad. If you're drinking and you're not eating, bad things can happen. That's a recipe for blackout is what that is, and then a recipe for waking up not knowing what you did and learning about it the next day from other people who happen to catch it on film. Well, if you don't have the energy to make a proper meal, have girl dinner. Well, first you have to have stuff in your fridge, right? So there's that. So if it's over 0, so this actually should be separate from the water, right? Because we have food, we need the water also. So let's get rid of all the water stuff out of this one, and then get rid of all of the food stuff out of this one. So this will be water main, and then we can get rid of this one and this one, and then we also want to populate these else statements. I feel like there should be a variable for both food and water, and that it like flips it, like maybe sustenance, but like the opposite of sustenance. Starving, we'll call it starving. All right, so variable value, we'll set, we'll make a new variable. Pet1 underscore starving. And then we'll go to eat and drink and change this to starving. Starving equals 1. Copy event, paste event, starving equals 1. So then now if we go back to calculate time, we've got pet1 working. We need pet1 starving. If variable value pet, or let's just do starving, pet1 starving equals 1, then we need to decrement health. That's like every tick or something. Maybe we do it on the food and water ticks. So yeah, we'll do, if it's not starving, so if starving equals 0, then we eat and drink, else we need to do math for health main, subtract value, and we'll just do 1. Of course we need to do it if variable value is not less, or if it's greater than 0. We don't want to go below 0. So yeah, I think we should be able to just copy this and put it into each of these instead of calling that script just by itself. Alright, so now we should starve. But we don't actually increase the health yet, and we want to do that through food and water. So what do? We eat and drink. So maybe we do it at the end of this. If variable value, if pet1, if starving equals 0, then we add health. So increment by 1 health main, and then we should make sure it's less than 99. Variable value, compare if health main is less than 99, then we increment it if you're not starving. Okay. So this is actually for just pet 1 then, isn't it? Pet 1, eat and drink. I guess it doesn't need that. The other ones don't. And then the calculate water, yeah, this is pet 1 also. This is pet 1. Although, yeah, because I guess we don't want to calculate stuff if you don't have it. Yeah, so if you don't have pet 2, we shouldn't be calculating it. But that does mean we'll have to make a new script for each pet. All right. So I think it should be able to gain and lose health. Oh, you know what we didn't do though? We didn't calculate the health afterwards. So we've got eat and drink, and then we've got starving. Did we remove the health from here? Yeah. So we need to calculate health here. What type of game is this? This is a pet simulator with a little bit of exploration and like mini dungeon crawling, but that's not really in place yet. So we do want to calculate the health in this other spot to, where was it? Eat and drink. There we go. All right. So now we should be able to lose and gain health. So yeah, here's our fancy title screen. And here's the first dungeon where we find our first pet. And then we can make the pet work. And so now we're gaining coins based on how much we're working. And if we cheat and change the values a bit, we can make it start to die, right? So we'll change it to what? 2 food, 2 water, and then yeah, that'll be fine. So let's watch it lose health. Very quickly, the food and water are gonna drain down to like 1 or 2, probably 1, because they're at 2 now, and they're gonna update once it kicks to 1. Oh, we've got to add in progress. So once this clock ticks over, these should tick over. There's a Pokemon in chat. Oh, our water ticked over, but our food didn't. That's weird. Oh, wait. Food is at 0, water is at 0. But we still gained health. Starving's not set to 1. Have a good rest of the stream. I need to go prep. Alright, well, have a good prep. I'm a little bit confused about why I still have food when I told it not to have food. Back from the ad break. Welcome back. So yeah, for some reason, I set food and water to 0, but it didn't tick down the food. It just ticked down the water, and it managed to give us more health instead of less health, and we're not starving. So there's some things that went wrong here for sure. Yeah. Oh, I see what happened here. This is calculating water, not food. But also this, the opposite of greater than is less than. Maybe if it's 0, this doesn't happen then? Maybe it shouldn't be in an else statement. Maybe it should be in its own. And then, what is it? Water main equals 0, then starving is true. And then Guymanjiro, opposite of greater than is actually less than or equal than. Trust me with this nerdy stuff. Hey, Nomable! Thanks for the raid. Welcome in. Also, welcome Johnny for being here. Welcome Brainoid Games. Brainoid. Raidable. Awesome. Welcome in, Raiders. How was the stream, Nomable? What were you up to? Were you doing game development? Why didn't it give you a shout out? That's weird that it didn't give you a shout out. Playing a bunch of Game Maker Toolkit Jam games. Cool. Yeah, I saw a couple people working on it late, or early this morning, finishing up. But that's awesome. I don't know why it didn't shout you out. I'm gonna give you a shout out. Would you like to try mine? Well, I'm in the middle of a game jam myself, but I could take a look at the page if you want to share the link. I don't know how much time I have to sink into it and give feedback, but alright, let's see. Game Maker Toolkit Game Jam 2025. Wait, is that me? Fast-paced FPS roguelite that keeps track of all of your actions and loops them in future iterations. Dodge both enemies and your past selves in this endless experience and conjure the most broken builds known to man. Every 60 seconds you get sent to the beginning, enabling you to get more upgrades that will boost your stats. Also, that's when the loop triggers. Well, that definitely does sound interesting. And was this made in Unreal? I'm just judging the base character. Yeah, cool. And how many days was this jam? From July 30th to August 3rd. Okay. Cool. 4 days. Right on. Well, awesome work finishing. Thank you so much for the follow. Rizzy and Paper God. Welcome in, Rizzy. Hey, Pio's back. Welcome back, Pio. Would you like to try it? Oh, I see you are doing it right now. Thank you. Yeah, we'll give it a shot. I don't have a whole lot of time to spend. Don't worry, it's fine. Cool. Yeah, it looks like it's downloading right now. I just need your honest opinion. On the entirety of it, or on anything in particular? My trial period ended. You actually burned yourself out with this project. Oh wow. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. In 4 days? That's crazy quick to burn yourself out, but I get it. When you're like jamming, like jam style, you know, like you're not getting enough sleep, not eating food, not even enough food, drinking enough water, drinking too much coffee. Like, yep, that's a recipe for disaster. Non-stop work each second almost. Yeah, that's honestly, like, I commend you for you know, powering through it and getting it done, but that's not the best way to do a jam. The best, first of all, longer jams are better. All right, I've done some short jams. They kind of suck. Pio says I do that, but no coffee. Yeah, I mean, you know, if you need it, then you need it. If you don't, then you don't. Did it not open? Where is it? Alright, let's check this out. Yeah, but the thing is, I'm a big fan of the Game Maker's Toolkit thing. And also, it is my first ever organized jam. Ah, okay. Yeah, the first jam I did was back in 2017, and I did the same thing. I worked with a small team, though, and we had 5 of us, but 2 of them dropped out within the first day, and then because they weren't doing anything anyways, and they kind of felt bad. And then me and a programmer, I was doing all the art, and the programmer was doing all of the programming, did pretty much everything. And then then we had a composer who wrote 1 song for it. And yeah. Alright, so I don't think this is gonna really work too well on my computer, unfortunately. Because I've got the stream going and all that, right? We're getting lag. Oh, sorry about that. It's not your fault. Pio says, did you try mine? No, I did not. It is fairly optimized. Right on, yeah, my computer is not the best. And streaming on top of it doesn't make it any easier on the system. Right? I've got OBS running, and oh, there's a bad guy there. No! No! I think I died. This is me trying to play Doom on my Mac in 1994. Yeah, I don't think this is gonna work for me, unfortunately. If I turned off everything and just tried the game, I could probably get it to work, but Where'd you come from? Where'd you come from? They're multiplying. This is like 2 frames per second. I think I'm gonna die again. They've cornered me. There's a whole bunch of them. So yeah, I can't really give you feedback on this because it's basically not working for me, so I'm sorry about that. It's not your fault. My system is not really suitable for this type of stuff. Not while streaming, at least. Yeah, I'm sorry you have to go through this. Don't bother anymore. Yeah, sorry about that. But yeah, I appreciate you showing it off, and if anyone else in chat wants to check it out, there's that link. And I'll give you a follow on itch. Probably doesn't help that I've got this running and all this shit going too. But yeah. But Johnny, what did you say earlier I missed? You said something about your mom liked the end screen? That's super cool. Where was that? My mom loved the ending screen, by the way. She thinks we should make stuffed animals. Yeah, you know, plushies, people love plushies, right? But a lot of times, you know, it's expensive to make the stuff, expensive to ship the stuff. There are like crowdfunding plushie sites that might be a good way to do it. What's the name of the game I wanna try? I got a decent PC. I like plushies. The name of the game was... Wait, is that me? The link should be in chat if you scroll for it, but there it is again if you don't feel like scrolling. So yeah, go check it out. My computer's not that bad, it's just that doing all of this on top of running Mix It Up and OBS and all this stuff, I mean, it is a computer from 2019, so it's not that great either. And it's a laptop. Oh yeah, not really a consideration, just a funny comment. Yeah, I mean, it's not a bad idea though, you know, it's just that the logistics of plushies is like a whole nother thing, right? But yeah, I'm due for a new computer at some point here. Alright, so let's... I made some changes to this. Did we fix the things or not? I was distracted by the raid. But that's a good thing to be distracted by. Let's hit play again and see what happens. Why is it doing this? Error. Compiling event set timer script failed with error. Error. Compiling event calls custom events. What did I do to break it? Weird. Pio says, I was running stream avatars, OBS, and multiple Google tabs, then tried running Minecraft with shaders and my PC went to 1 frame per 5 seconds. Yeah. Yeah, Minecraft is kind of known for doing that. Especially if you've got like modded Minecraft or, you know, shaders. But yeah, everyone who came in from the raid, I very much appreciate you checking this out. And if you need to go eat or anything like that, get some food, get some rest, whatever it is, that's totally fine. If you want to hang out, that's cool too. If you are a dev or an artist or anything like that, feel free to share your stuff in chat. I like to see what people are doing, what people are up to. Why is this not booting? What did we do to break it? There's this. Oh, we didn't finish what we were doing. This was supposed to be if food main equals 0. Food main equals 0, and then this would go there. And now it's running, so it was because I didn't finish that event. Oh. Alright, so let's try this again. We will remove the food and the water. We'll bring those down to 2, and then when time changes twice, we should die. So let's adjust the time now. So now it should go to the next time thing there. Oh, and now we're at 0. And then what is the next one? 480. Oh, we took health damage there. Did you see that? Not a whole lot, though. So let's see what happens when we spend some money on food and water. And then I can't remember the times. $480, then $720. Did we lose health again? Oh, because we're still starving. It never changed it to not be starving. So we need to check for that. So when does that happen? Or let's check here. Starving. We're still starving. So we need to make sure that when we eat and drink, if it's greater than 0, then we need to set starving variable value starving to 0. But we need to do that if there's also water. So if variable value water main is greater than 0, then starving equals 0. So we'll copy this one, we'll throw it in here, and then change this to food main is greater than 0, then starving equals 0. So that way you have to have both food and water before you can stop starving. But that should fix that. Game's epic. It could use a warning system for when something's behind you and UI in general. I love the rocket launcher, but sword is unusable. It could use a dash or invincibility frames. Well, I'm sure that Paper God appreciates the feedback there. You might want to send it to them on Disc or on itch, in case they're not in chat anymore. So if we set our food down to 1 and then change this to, what was it, 240? We've run out of food. Now if we go to 480, we should start losing health. Dragonsmith, welcome in. Awesome job being first. Thanks for checking in. Thank you for the lurk. Alright, so now we've lost some health. So we're clearly starving. And now we have food, so we shouldn't be starving. So I think, what, 720 was another one? So yeah, we gained health, I think. No, we're still starving. Why are we still starving? I think it checks to see if you're starving here. It should probably do that here. Alright, so here we want to do if pet water main equals more than 0, if variable value food equals greater than 0, pet starving equals 0. So now before it does the tick, it checks to see if it should be 0 or not. It's awesome, welcome in. How are you today? I was lurking in your stream for a little bit. It looked like you were playing the dinosaur game again. How's that going? Then I lost power and all of my lurks went on the wayside, unfortunately. You decided to add a fishing minigame to your game, says PO. Right on, that sounds like it could be fun. And Awesome says, it's been fun, awesome. Yeah, that looks like an interesting game. I like dinosaurs. What's your favorite dinosaurs, Awesome? Not in the game, but in general. Alright, so we're going to cut down the food to 1. Change the time to 2:30. So 10 ticks before time change. Now we're down to 0. So then we'll change it to 470. 10 ticks away from losing health. Alright, so now we're going to purchase some food. We gotta wait. Alright, now we've got some food. So now when we go to 720, or 710 rather, then it should not be starving anymore. Yep, and we gained health. So it looks like it's working. Awesome says, I have been thinking about the avatar still more. You'll have to help me sort out what I'd need you to make to be able to pull it off so we can finalize it. Yeah! Feel free to message me on Discord anytime, and I'd be happy to help you with that. I mean, yeah, I've been streaming a lot lately, and I've been doing this game jam and stuff, so I've kind of got some things on my plate, but I'd be happy to do that when I have some in-between time. And there's a Pokemon in chat. But yeah, I'm excited for your Pixel Tuber, for your avatar. I think that'll be a lot of fun. You could make it on stream? Yeah, if you want me to. I mean, if you want it to be a secret, I could not do it on stream, but if I do it on stream, then you'd be able to kind of guide me. But yeah, the game jam that I'm doing is like 17 days, so I might not have all the time in the world to work on it during the game jam, because as you can see, it's kind of a slow process, and I'm kind of got an ambition project. Nah, it's no secret. Cool. Well, yeah, I'd be happy to do it on stream. That way, if there's any discrepancies or you know, things that I'm unsure of, then I could ask you, or you know, possibly you could be around or check out the VOD or whatever. And yeah. But I understand you're a streamer, you got things to do, you got things going on, so our time schedules probably won't line up every time. I'm starving. My creature is dying. Need to give it food and water. So I think next is we need to make it be able to sleep. That would be cool. Awesome. Yeah. Well, I'm excited for it. I think you've got some really cool ideas, and I can't wait to see what you've been thinking up, or hear about what you've been thinking up, and we can figure out a way to make it work. Am I out of food already again? I just bought all of my money in food. I just spent all my money on food. Wanna buy more water. Why is water so expensive? Water costs just as much as food. Getting a lot of work done though. We got 72 works. What happened with the time? Oh, it's there. It's just not updating. But now it is, but it wasn't. Kind of want it to be small so I can see the time. So we're almost at 240. We should gain 1 health. But we didn't. We just lost all of our food. Why did we lose all of our food? Oh, because it cost 5. Uh-oh, my friend Matt got peak. I can tell already, he's trying to derail my game jam. So we're not making enough money to feed it 5 per thing. I think we just need to cheat and give ourselves more money here. So we're gaining health now. We had to spend $100 to get there. Well, 99. Oh, but we're making more money now. We're making $2 at a time now. But we're running out of energy. Alright, I think we need to make it sleep now. So we will go to this one. We've got our 5. Right, we need to figure out what number sleep is. So if this is 5, or no, wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 is sleep. So we'll find 9. Comment sleep, and then we need to do if variable value sleep pet1 is sleep equals 0, then we need to variable value pet 1 sleep asleep. Pet 1 asleep equals 1. And then what variables do we have for sleep? We have asleep and we have sleep int. Not sure how it will work out. Let's see. So first we'll change it from sleeping to not sleeping. And then we should also change the eyes, right? So we go to units. Am I on the wrong thing? Okay, this is where we want to be. So we've got pet shown, money, work, food, water, pet working, work graphics, where is so pet found, we've got draw pet tiles. So here we've got asleep equals 1. Then we've got else there, so we'll just copy this whole thing and then put it here. Asleep equals 0. So yeah, we'll copy this, paste it here, copy this, paste it there, except change this to 0. So yeah, if the pet asleep equals 0, pet asleep equals 1, and then we change the graphics. And then if it's the else, oh, this needs to be in the else statement. Else we make it asleep and then do the sleep graphics changes. So that should help that. However, in calculate time, we need to check to see if it's asleep. If variable value pet sleep sleep equals 1, then first of all we can't be working. So let's grab this here, paste it here, and then just remove the parts of it, right? So pet working equals 0, no graphics, and then we can get rid of that. No work, pet not working. So that's the first thing we do when it's sleeping. Cannot work while you sleep. Then we need to do this, right? This is the clock. So that happens no matter what. So if you can be awake for 800 seconds and there's 1200 seconds, then that means 400 seconds should give you maybe we just give it each one of these. Maybe each time it ticks, if you're sleeping, then it gives you energy. So asleep, or we'll do if variable value asleep. Oh, we've got to add in progress. Sorry about that. Then we want to, oh wait, if asleep equals 1, then we want to add maybe 5 energy. Where do you lose energy? So you lose 5 per 10. No? 10 times 5. So every 100 you lose 2 energy. So you would want to make 5 energy? And then we want to call the calculate energy script. Food, water, and sleep. Yeah, so we're just going to add the if asleep equals 1 to each of these, then you should gain energy while you're sleeping, but you cannot work and sleep at the same time. Food and water provide health. Guess we better work. Oh. We can close its eyes. That's pretty cute. Let's see if we can gain oh, we needed to go lower. Yep, we gained it. And then was it 470? Gained 5 more. So yeah, we are gaining health, or I mean energy, while we sleep, so that's good. We should make this turn to Z's though. So this one out of sleep, so we need to tile swap, and we want it to be, whoops, this one. We want it to be the Z's. And then we'll copy it, paste it, move it over one, and move that up one. So we'll say group, rename, show Z's. So if you're asleep, we do closed eyes and Z's. Oh. Else, these would be the open eyes. And then these are, wait. Those are sleepy eyes. So right now we're not actually using the sleep int, which keeps track of like how sleepy you are. So maybe it like forces sleep at a certain point. So if that's the case, we should be incrementing your sleep every time we increment your tick. Where does it get incremented? Haunter! Hey, hey, welcome in. Straybolt says, a new game. It's true, a new game. Welcome in, both of you. Hope you're both doing well. So if the tick is over or equal to 12, then we increment the days passed, and then we put the tick back to 0. Where do we increase this tick? Let's find out. If we go to tick int, calculate time, it just tells us that it's in here. Doesn't tell us where. It's in here somewhere. So those are for the clock. Oops. Clock, graphics. And then this, 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 this. And then we've got pet 1 working. Energy is greater than 0. We've got the energy tick and the working tick. But where do we get just the general tick? Isn't there a timer? Oh, does that just happen here? It does. So we want to increment sleep too. So increment sleep int, and then we're already calculating time, so we might as well do the same thing here. So we'll do copy event paste event I just thought of something. Anyway, so sleep int, and then this one, if it gets to that, we don't need that. We want to asleep. We want to make the pet fall asleep, right? And then we also want to do the sleep stuff, which will happen here, right? I think there's more that needs to happen. We get our... These are our sleepy eyes. Let's rename this. Group to sleepy eyes. And then... So... Show Z's. We want to also show that it's awake here. All right, so we go back. Thought it was back. Apparently it was forward. There. So 96 and 97. Show eyes. Copy that. Paste that. Should just be I, not eyes. It's confusing. Show I, show Z's. So we can copy this. And then in calculate time, we want to paste that here. So we make it asleep, and then if it's asleep, we show the sleepy eyes. And if it's not asleep, then we check to see what the sleep int is. But there's like something that needs to happen here, right? So this thing, it says increment sleep int. We need to do an if variable value to make sure that it's actually asleep before we increment that. So asleep equals 1. Or no, if it equals 0, then we want to increment that. So it only happens when it's asleep. And then what we'll do is we'll make an else statement, and then we'll decrement if it's not asleep. So sleep int. And yeah, we want to make sure that it's not over 0. If variable compare with value sleep int is greater than 0, then we decrement it by 1. And we don't have to worry about it going over, because if it goes over here, it falls asleep and then starts decrementing, so... But we will have to watch that sleep int now. All right, let's test this out. Alright, so let's take a look at what's going on with these variables. We've got our sleep int. So now if we go to sleep, our sleep int is going down. And we wake it back up. So let's go ahead and put this at 800. The eyes didn't change. Also, it's got Z's there. We got the sleepy eyes. I totally just remembered Warlocked, the one and only RTS game on the Game Boy Color. Interesting. I don't know that one. So it's about to get to 1200, which at that point it should fall asleep and stop working. Yeah, early RTS games kind of interest me. They're kind of cool. Oh, look, it fell asleep. Cool. Like how you could do it when you basically had no screen real estate because of the size of the sprites and the pixels and all that stuff. You could only fit so many sprites on the screen, right? There's so many limitations with the early consoles that like you kind of needed to be a PC game if you were going to do an RTS. but there were a few that came out for the early systems, and you know, usually they were based off of PC games. They were basically PC ports usually, and then they'd have to like restrict everything so it would fit within the limitations. Nice, everyone likes naps. Yeah. But you can't make any money while you're napping, and you still run out of food and water. And energy. No, wait, no, you only run out of energy when you're working. You can't work while you're sleeping. Wait, did I just lose energy there? He's still sleepy. He's like, hey, you really waking me up right now? What the heck? Let's give him some more health. See what happens. So we've got this. Let's go ahead and give it 99 health. And what's our sleep at? We're almost under 800. So if we get under 800, then it won't be sleepy anymore. And the next tick, I think, is at 920 or something like that. The next clock. Oh, maybe it's not 920. 9 something. $960. Here it comes. It did increment our energy. And it didn't increment our health. That's weird that we're losing energy. Oh wait, no, because we're supposed to gain energy while we're sleeping, right? Maybe that's what was happening, right? Yeah, okay. Now we're losing energy. We were gaining energy before. That makes more sense. Gotta get that energy back so you can afford to feed. So you can work and feed yourself. And eventually maybe turn your smile upside down. Which I was hoping would happen because we gave it 99 health, but it thinks that it only has that 80 whatever. But it doesn't actually calculate the health ever. When does that even happen? Wait, there's a display health and a calculate health? Well, we clearly don't need the display health. Shouldn't it happen during eat and drink? Only when you're starving, huh? Maybe we should move this outside of that. Try it again. I want to see him smile. But also the eyes didn't change like right away. It waited until like the next clock tick. Excuse me. The first clock movement is happening shortly here at 2:40. We're at 2:30. Here it comes. Bam, we're at 99. Our mouth did not change. So when we calculate the health, we need to change the mouth also. So, and I think we already do that in the init. Yeah, so we need those three. So we'll make a group and we'll put these three in there. Rename the group. We'll call it Smile. Copy that event. Bring it over to our calculate health and we'll put the smile in. I feel like we should do the eye thing too, right? So if pet asleep equals 1, and then we've got an else here. So here we need to make sure the right eyes are there. So I think we actually have that somewhere. Yeah, this is it. So we want this, copy it, put it into calculate time. If it's asleep equals 0, we want to, yeah, basically do either one of these and not really worry about that because it's going to use the else statement there. But yeah, now if we save it and run it again, it should update its face a little bit better. Man, I'm just watching this closed captioning of what I'm saying and it's so bad. I'm just watching was caching the what I'm saying, it's so bad. Yeah, it can't even say closed captioning, it said was caching instead of closed captioning, which is crazy. That is watching was caching the what I'm saying, it's so bad. So now it's actually saying what I said because what I said was what was wrong. Incentive closed captioning, which is crazy. That is crazy. It said was caching incentive closed captioning. That is what was caching the incentive closed captioning, which is crazy. now it's saying what I'm saying, but it's crazy because I'm saying what it's saying. The list caching But incentive closed captioning for just 3 of fact and Alex. Now it's but saying when saying that it's crazy because I'm saying what it's saying. Oh my gosh. The list caching, the infected close caching for just, oh, it's going too fast now. 10 events. What? I didn't say 10 events. That was cache, and the infected close caching for just all it's going to pass, the most of it at tough tenets will have from the inside 10 events. Oh my gosh. It doesn't make any sense. That was cache, and the infected close caching. It like popped on the screen and popped off the screen. There's a Drugian in chat. So yeah, it's working now. It's like I'm actually playing the game, and that's kind of cool. No one caught the Drudigan, whatever it was. No one caught it. We're spending all of our money on food, and yet we have less, or food and water, and yet we have less food and water than when we started. I want to see it get sleepy. We still got 200 ticks to go. But that goes quick. Every time the number changes, that's 10 ticks. Okay, we should be getting tired soon. Oh, we did. We just got tired. Look at that. So I feel like it should make less money when it's tired. But you like have to make it make money less often because you can't make less than one. Once we get to level 2 work, oh, we got a weird number in our water. The water's broken. I broke my water. My water broke. Water fixed itself. But it's like still broke because I just gave it more and then it didn't add anything to it. But we're making money twice as fast now, so we can probably afford to sleep a little bit. Probably gonna force us to sleep before long here. Oh yeah, it's totally gonna force us to sleep. But you know, we worked hard all day. Any minute now, it's gonna fall asleep on us. Oh, it fell asleep, but we've got 30 health. And we should start gaining energy now. But also the eye didn't turn to sleepiness, so maybe we should fix that. So in calculate time, if asleep equals 1, then we need to do the eyeball graphics. So I think that's in here. Show Z's, yeah, copy, and then back to here, and then where it says no work, we want that, and then for this one, we want the other one, show I, copy event. And we want that in calculate time. There, show I. I feel like we should make it wake up on its own too, though, right? So that fixes a couple things. What else is there? We need it to poo. It's not pooping yet. It's gonna explode. We're feeding all this food and water, but it's got no place to excrement. So maybe that's what we do next. We make it over time get dirty, right? So what do we have for that? We have do we have anything for that? Dirty int. We've got one integer for the amount of dirtiness. So let's think here. So maybe every time the clock moves, it poops, maybe? That would be the easiest way to do it. So let's see here. Poop. Food, water, sleep, and poop. Alright, so if it ticks and then we say we will increment if value is not what, dirty int? If this is not, or if it's greater than, wait, if it's less than 4, right? Because there's only 4 poops, then we increment dirty. And then we should probably make a script for calculate the poop. Calculate poop. And this should be for pet1. Pet1, calculate poop. Alright, so if variable value dirty equals 0, then we want to replace tile. We want this to be the blank one in here somewhere. There it is. All right, so we've got the blank one, and then for the location, we want it to be 85, 95, 86, and 96. 85, oops, 85, 95, 86, and 96. Alright, so that does it for 0. We'll copy this, paste it. If it's set to 1, then this first one, we want it to be a poop. Where is the poops? It's back by the Z's. So yeah. All the way back. Wait, that was the Z, wasn't it? There's the poop right there. All right, so that's fine. We'll copy this one. We'll paste it here. Change it to 2, and now this one needs to be 77 as well. We'll copy it, paste it. This one's 77 now. Oh, and this needs to be 3. And then we'll copy it, paste it again, and now make it 4. And then this one's 77 also. There's a wild Cranidos in chat. Alright, so calculate poop should work. Now we just need to actually make it happen. So I think poop is 10. Right, so if this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, yeah. So if we go to our button, and that's all 9, this is 10, we'll comment poop, and we'll say set variable value dirty int to 0, and then call script calculate poop. So that cleans your poop. And then we need to create poop. So if it's less than 4, then we do that. If it's greater than 4, then we want to decrease health, and then call script calculate health. So yeah, we'll copy this to each time tick. And we should rename this to Pet 1. That way we know all of this stuff is for Pet 1. Not this though, so let's put this there. Let's group this stuff, because we're gonna want more pets later. Alright, so now it should poop. And that should be all of the mechanics for the pet, the first pet. Will take some work to put each extra pet in, and a whole lot of variables for each pet, but we've got a working pet. And it's working. Let's yeah, I guess we wanna see it poop, right? So let's change the time to 2:30. And it should poop any second now. Oh, it pooped. It pooped. So we should probably make sure that the poop hurts it. So we'll go to the next one. Let's find those ticks. You know, maybe I should just write them down so it's easy. 240, 480, 720, 960, and 1199, and then we'll put 1200 in parentheses. But yeah, if it gets to 12, it should go back to 0. So we want to check it before it goes to that, because it goes back to 0 at the very top of the script. So yeah, what we want to do then is make it poop some more. So we'll change it to 470. It should poop in a second. It pooped. We'll change it to 720. Well, 710. And now it should poop again. Pooped again. We'll change it to 950. And it should poop again. It pooped again. All right, so now we'll change it to 1199, or actually 1195. How about that? And now it should, oh, it hurt it. It's taking damage. So if we go to 240 again, or 230, it should take more damage. But it gained health at the same time that it lost health. Alright, let's try clean it. Oh, cleaning it works pretty easily. That's weird that 18 was twice when it should have been 19. So we should be gaining energy slowly but surely. Oh wow, it just gained a lot of energy. But also it pooped. Shouldn't poop in your sleep. Also, where'd all my money go? I had $5. Oh, I must have spent it. That's right. I made $1 somehow. I made another $1. Sleep money. I think I lost energy there too. I don't know why that one's not updating. Like, I hit the button and it should say 11. Probably says 11 here. Yep, it says 11 there. I did it again. Now it's at 12 and it's not updating. So, if this is water, you've got more than 5 or equal to 5. It subtracts money, which it's doing, and then it should add 1 to the water, which it's doing. But then as it calculates the water, the calculate water is not working properly. And we're at between 10 and 20. Alright, so... Oh, look at that. We've got the food issue going here. That's right, we fixed this on the one and not the other. Is it like that for all of them? It is. Alright, so that should fix that issue. Oh no, it pooped. Look at all this money we got. We're also like nearly out of food. And it pooped again. Quit pooping so much. We're making fast money though. It's about to get sleepy on us. So let's see here. If we make it work and then it gets funding when it's working. The only way I could think to do this would be to make it like every other while it's sleepy, right? But then we'd need like a variable for that to say like skip because of sleepy skip. pet one sleepy skip pay. All right, so it gets its pay docked for being sleepy. We want to go to calculate time here, and where it funds it, if the player's money is less than 99, that should only happen if variable value sleepy skip pay equals 0. Right? And then else sleepy variable value sleepy skip pay equals 0. So once it's wait hold on. Yeah, so if it skips it, then it sets it to 0, so it doesn't skip it next time. However, at the bottom, if it's asleep equals 1 else, and then we've got this. If it's less than 800, then it's awake, but if it's greater than 800, then it needs that sleepy variable. I think it needs to happen up here though. So yeah, if sleep int is greater than 800, when we go to fund, where is that? Okay, here's that. So if it checks every time, then it will always skip it, even if it sets it to 0 after, because then it will check it again and say, nope, you're tired. Not really sure. We could make another variable, but that's kind of lame. Maybe we do need another one. I can't think of another way to do it. That one's sleepy. So if variable value, I still don't quite know how this is gonna fix it though. Sleepy, if it's sleepy, I'm trying to abstract this in my brain. It's just not working. I feel like I need to write it down. I don't know if this is gonna help either though. So if we check to see if it's sleepy, we've got this loop going here. If we check to see if it's sleepy, And then... Man, this is not helping. We make its eyes go, right? And then we know that it's sleepy when its eyes go sleepy. That happens here. So this should be variable value sleepy equals 1, and then so if sleepy equals 0, then we just pay. Else, if sleepy skip pay equals 0, then we also pay. But then we set skip pay to 1. And if skip pay is set to 0, then, or if it's set to, wait. If it's set to 0, then we set it to 1. If it's set to 1, we set it to 0. Okay, so this should actually work then. It'll take 1 time for it to kick on, so like if you just get sleepy, you'll still get paid for that one, but the next one you'll have to wait because you're sleepy. Alright, so let's try this. Let's go ahead and make it sleepy. At 800 it gets sleepy, and that will happen quickly. Alright, we should be getting sleepy in just a second here. Sleepy. So now we should make less money. Yep, it clicked up to 14, but we're still at 3. 15 went to 4, so now it will go to 16. We'll stay at 4. Look at that, that worked. And then 17 went to 5. Cool, so we're making less money. So we go to sleep. We'll just go back to 0, and then it wakes us up. Look at that, just like that. So now we go back to work. But we're still making money at half speed, it seems. Yeah. Yep, so we need to make it not sleepy when you're not at 800. It was close. Alright, so if we go down to the bottom, we've got this here. So we just need to copy this, paste it here, and say sleep equals 0. And that should work. We'll also set the skip back to 0. It pooped. Alright, so I feel like at this point, it's feeling like a game. It's actually doing its thing. It's kind of slow and probably requires some balancing. But if we had more than one pet, that slowness might actually be okay. Right? Because you gotta think, if it gets any faster, we'll be basically spending money as quickly as we make it, which is fine, I guess. We only have 99 coins that we can hold. So if we have any more than that, that's more than we need. But we need to manage each pet's food, right? And water. And so if we had multiple pets and we're like going and like making sure they're not pooping all over the place, and making sure that they're not too tired, you know, and they've all got all of these different variables, like switching between the pets would actually be like fun, right? It would be like managing different workers, and then there's still all of this stuff to do where we could like look for money and do other things while the pets are doing work. Of course, right now it broke because I just picked up a second pet and there's no other pet, so wow, it's already 9:20. That's crazy. Time is just flying by. I'm gonna need another cup of tea. Yeah, I think I'm going to do a little an ad break, and then make some tea, use the bathroom, the usual, and then we'll be back. So hang out, and then we'll either make more levels or make another pet. Not really sure. But it's feeling like a game. I'm excited for it. It's coming together. And then, yeah, so we'll be right back. Thanks, everyone. Okay, I am back. Sorry about the break. Appreciate everyone hanging out. Alright, so like I said, we're going to either make a new pet or make more levels like this. And there's no indication in the game scene, the pet scene, that you can go back to this like part of the game. So I feel like it should tell you. Not really sure how it should tell you. There's not a whole lot of room on this. Maybe there should be like a second, like another one of these where it tells you like, hey, like you can, or you want to explore some more. We'll call it explore instructions. So yeah, when you go to this, it should probably take you yeah, take you here first, and then wait, change scene. Oh yeah, we're on the wrong. Okay, so now we want change scene here. First we want button, so attach button to script, and then we will do any of these. We'll take you to change scene, pet scene. And so here on initialization, we want to add some text, and we want it to say select copy event, paste event, button. So select button. To explore. For more gold merc coins and pets. Select button to, let's fix this so it's not like that, and then I believe that the select button already does that here. Yes, it does. But it sends you back to this scene where it's going to have like a whole system of like randomly deciding where it's going to send you based on how many you've beaten. But these instructions should work. Alright, so we hit the button, we beat the first level, we get our first pets, and select button to explore for more coins and pets. We hit select, and now we're back. Select button to explore for more coins and pets. So yeah, we probably need information for all of these, right? I feel like I know I decided before that we shouldn't have the dim arrows, but it feels weird that there's nothing there. At least if there's like a dim arrow, you would hit it and it would make a sound and you'd be like, oh, I can't use that yet. But with there being nothing, it's like, wait, is there supposed to be something there? Why is nothing there? Yeah, maybe you can find food and water too. That would be kind of cool. So I feel like the maps should have, like, other than like the first one, should have procedurally generated items. But by that I mean basically randomly chosen. We can't put in, we can maybe decide on a few different positions per map, but we can't do it completely randomly because then it will end up in a wall. There is a wild ball toy, or is that a ball toy? Is that a wild kendama in chat? Quit pooping so much, you darn cat. And we do need sound effects for everything. That's something else. Could really benefit from having those bleeps and bloops. I don't know, maybe we make more levels then. Alright, so the way we did it before was using tiled. So let's open that up. And so yeah, you can see we've got our first map here. So we can make a new map. And here we have it. So we can go to unnamed set and we've got our fingerdoodles here. Or if we wanted to, we could do it manually. Cyfix, thank you for the raid. How are you doing? How was your stream? Thank you so much for the raid. Hope everyone's doing great. How was your stream? Were you playing more, Oh, I don't know why the shoutouts aren't working anymore. Well, that's really weird. That's so strange. I kind of want to fix it. Huh. Anyways. I'm doing good and the stream was good. I'm having some sound problems. Oh no, what's going on with your sound? But glad you are doing good and glad that the stream was good. Fixed them. Oh, okay. Well, I'm glad that you fixed them. Which channel rated? Edit command. The game I was playing took over for a second. Interesting. Took over everything, or? Huh. This isn't even happening. But it made the sound effect. Oh wait, the sound effect happens elsewhere, doesn't it? That makes sense. Okay. For some reason, Mix It Up is not linked to Twitch anymore, I think. Oh, you know what? Maybe it's because the power went out. Let me close down Mix It Up, close or open it back up. Maybe that'll fix it. It muted everything that was not it. Oh, interesting. That's strange. I need to raid and run since I did not eat before stream. Well, I hope that you have more than olives. I'm just kidding. But yeah, enjoy your food. Thank you so much for the raid, and I hope that you have a wonderful day. There's our dungeon. So you come in here, you go there, and then you can choose there or there. One of them takes you here, and one of them takes you there. Maybe there's a chest over there. Maybe the chest is over here. Maybe the chest is here. I don't know. Yep, no girl dinner for you. Nice. Where did we save this one? LowRez Dungeons, tile map files. Okay. Well, that's where we want to save this one. There it is. Okay. Dungeon 2. And then we'll export it as an image. And then we'll make a new one. And why is this being weird? Oh, there we go. I guess we can't put it there. Do we not have angle pieces? Interesting. Oh, we do. They're right there. So maybe this one will go there. So you go there, it takes you there, it goes there, to there, there. Kind of a linear thing. Maybe some of them send you back. That would be interesting. Why does it keep going to this? So I feel like some holes are going to exit the same. It'll be like a maze almost, right? Like if you go into this one, maybe it takes you to this one, maybe it takes you to this one, you know, I don't know. So like as you go through, you'll find yourself learning where each hole takes you, but you won't know until you've checked it, right? And then so if there's like a treasure over here, you're trying to get over there, you might end up over there first, be like, oh, but I wanted to go over there, and then you take this one, it takes you around, just like, you know, I don't know. We'll have to see how it works. But we've got 5 of them. Maybe we should try to import them. We'll have to use this background, so let's find that. Dungeon 1. Skip. I don't know why that one's blank, but it is. So I think there's a folder called tile. Oh, it's probably in the images folder. Huh? Nope. Oh, here it is. Alright, so we've got test 1, and then we've got 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, why is that one like that? What happened there? Huh, Dungeon 2 looks funny. Did we make a mistake on Dungeon 2? Oh, we did, look at that. Alright, so now we've got those. We'll just drag them in. We're going to skip. Alright, so now we've got all of those. We'll copy that, and we want it to be in the middle. I believe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep, that's the middle. Alright. So yeah, we could actually make them separate frames now. And then... Oops. So yeah, we've got 4 different maps here. The bottom layer is the background, and these are different dungeons. So we've got 4 different dungeons. Oh, actually, this one has that dungeon on it too. So, yeah. But it also has the background, so yeah, whatever. Anyways, now we can export these as a sprite sheet, or no, we want export as, and then we want it to be a PNG, and then we'll call it dungeons, and then we want all the visible layers, all the frames, 100% of the resize, and that should be good. Are we exporting 4 files? Yes, we are. Let's open the folder. So yeah, we've got our dungeons 1, 2, 3, and 4. We'll copy those. We'll open our thing, assets, backgrounds, paste, and now we've got our other dungeons. Let's see how our little dude's doing. Looking pretty sleepy. Not making a whole lot of money for us. Alright, so let's make some more levels. So what we'll do is we'll just copy this one for now. This one, we no longer want to go to the instructions, we just want to go back to the pet scene. And we do want to increment the dungeon level, but we want to change this to dungeons 1. I think this is dungeon 2. That's dungeon test 1. Well, what's this dungeon 2? That looks exactly the same, but it has the chest in there, so that's not what we want. We want dungeons 1. Alright, so let's fix the colliders. Alright. Let's move some of these objects around. Yeah, we'll just throw them off to the side for now, so we can finish drawing the collisions here. And then this one is the end, so that goes there. And then For this one, we kind of want to do something different. And then these ones, we'll just put them all on the holes. And then we'll have to make adjustments to each of those. And then, yeah. So let's go ahead and do that. So set player position, it moves it over there. Let's say this one goes to there. And then this one goes to there. So those ones go back and forth, right? But then you're stuck. So maybe that doesn't make as much sense. Maybe this one will go to... Alright, this one should go to a different hole. We'll send this one over here for that one, and then this one will send you to this one, and then we'll copy this, paste that there. Then this one will send you to this one. We'll copy this and paste it there. This one will send you to... Oh wait, this one should send you back. That one. Then this one should send you to that one. And then this one will send you back. That one. This one will send you to that one. This one will send you back to that one. So this is where it gets tricky. We'll make this one send you there, and this one send you back there. So it tricks you. And then, like I said, for this we kind of want to do something special for it. So on initialization, we're going to do random. So we'll do math, and then we can use local 0, that's fine. Well, actually, you know, we probably want to make a variable so that way if we go to the pet scene and back, it won't like redo the variable. Maybe it will. We'll have to do it. We'll have to do this math somewhere else. So we want to do it like by 64, 0, we'll do 1 and 64, right? Or 0 and 63. So yeah, we want this to happen somewhere else though, like when you enter this. So when you hit the select button over here, it just changes the scene, right? We no longer want that. We want it to like figure out the next dungeon, right? So we might as well just like call a script here. So let's make a new script and we'll call it next dungeon. Alright, so the first thing we'll do is well, I guess we have that saved, so we can do that. So variable 37, we'll call this random variable. So next dungeon, random variable is random 1 to 64. So what we need to do is first decide which scene it's sending you to, right? So if random, or oops, if variable value is greater than what did we say, 8 maybe, right? And then if variable value is less than or equal to 16, wait, greater than 0 and less than or equal to 8, this will be random var. So we come up with a random var. We check to see if it's from 0 to 8. Actually, this should be greater than or equal to, and this should be less than. Wait, no, because we want it to be greater than. Yeah, okay. No, less than. Okay. Alright, so we've got random var equals that we want it to make. So there, right now there's only 8 possible levels because we're dividing it by 64, but we've only got 4, so we'll just like pretend for the other ones. So change scene. But we actually want to change the scene last, but now that we know, well, we've got the random variable, so we can use that to come up with the placement of the chest. So we'll change this one to, oh, we need to rename this dungeon. Dungeon 2. Next dungeon, Dungeon 2. And then the player needs to be in a specific spot. It needs to be at 6:05. 6, 5. And it doesn't need a direction. So once it goes there, on initialize, we can use, we don't need this because we're already checking it, but what we can do is we can steal this event and then paste it here, and then instead of changing the scene, we'll do set position. And it'll be self, and so if it's the first one, we'll just set it where it's at. That's So we'll copy it again, paste it, and then we'll say if it's between 9 and 16, then we want to set the position to, I don't know, over there, maybe? And then we'll copy it, paste it. So you know what we should actually do? We should make this transparent, right? And then if it's one of these, then we set the sprite sheet to chest, but not the player. The actor, which is chest. And then we'll just say if it's greater than 17, we don't do anything. So that way it'll stay transparent and untouchable. Let's make sure that it is untouchable. I guess what we could do is move it off screen. Seagoat, welcome in. How you doing? Last playing art. How was your stream? Everyone should check out Seagoat, by the way. Oh, it looks like shoutouts are working again, so that's good. Seagoat does pixel art for games, and they've got an awesome stream. I hope you're doing well. I don't think we can remove the bounding box completely. It's gotta be like 1 pixel. So let's make sure that it's not on the screen. Good. Bot Hughes set up to have DJ powers, so they announce music now, and you can even ask them to play music. Oh, cool. Yeah, you put a lot of work into your Hue bot. So I think we should probably make the other dungeons. So another thing we need to do is make it so you don't find a pet anymore from this. So what we can do is we can use this if random variable thing also. And then we don't need to move it anymore. But now, if it's one chest, it gives you something. If it's another chest, it gives you something else. So we should probably put some text up that says what it is. Found coin. Or just one coin? How about 5 coins? Will that fit? Yeah. We even have room for exclamation point. Of course, you won't be able to see it over that. I sure wish there was a way to like make it go away. We could put it down at the bottom, but again, like, and you can't see those things. Maybe we just change it to 5 money. Oops. Seago, time to lurk. I appreciate that. Oh, it has a little audio spectralizer and widget too. Oh, cool. That is fancy. Sorry, I didn't see that. Another thing we could do is open up a new scene and then like bring you back. But we'd have to keep track of if the chest was found. Which won't be bad, but we would have to make sure that there's only one chest per level, which is the case right now. But that might actually be a good way to do it. And then we want to do math for your money. We want to add a value of 5. And the money's not displayed, so you don't really need to update it. Although we could let's try that. And then money made. All right, so now when we open this, instead of drawing it here, we'll do save, no, stack, store, current scene on stack, and then change scene. The chest, 5 coins. Then we want to go change scene to the last scene on the stack. So stack, restore previous scene from stack. Right? And then this thing is going to need to know if it's been collected or not. So if variable value chest found, if chest found equals 1, we'll do this. And then Charayaka, Ayo, how's it going? It's going good. Are you Titania? I know someone was here with the same username but spelled different before, so I imagine that was you. I'm thinking you have 3 different Twitch names, but that's fine. Or if not, that's cool too. If you're someone else with the same username from Discord, that's cool. But yeah, welcome in. Hope you're having a good night or day, whatever it is where you are. So we're setting the position of the chest to there, and then we also want it to be set sprite. Oops. Set actor sprite sheet to transparent. No, this is my stream account. Oh, okay. So this is the account you actually stream from. I got you. But it's good to see you back. And this one needs the same thing at the beginning. If the chest is found equals 1, then we want to set the position to be off of the screen. Actually, it could be right there, it doesn't matter. And then we want the sprites, set actor sprite sheet to transparent. That'll go there. We want to get rid of this one, and this one. Yep, just woke up, so sorry if my messages are a bit funky. Yeah, no worries, no worries. Also, this should be there. And let's see, this one, we kind of want the same things. And I think I fixed the mic issue. Awesome! Oh, there's a Tyrogue in chat. Glad to hear you fixed your mic issue. Yeah, you'll have to let me know when you stream. Actually, I should just give you a follow now. Cool, so now I'm following you. If I'm on while you go live, I should see it and I'll drop in. Be happy to see you. So we've got this one. Maybe we make one for food and water. And then instead of incrementing the money, we increment the food. Oh, but how are we going to decide which one gets the food? Maybe it shouldn't be food because you can buy money, you can buy food with money. Yeah, maybe we just make it 10. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, you're welcome. Also, please just call me Chara, pronounced Kara. Is Kara? Am I saying it right? Kara? I am not great at pronunciations. Is Kara correct? Yep, okay. That alright, good. Kara then. There it is. And I'm, you know, I mean, look at my name, right? So I can't talk. Every time I go into a new stream, people are like, Rick Ocean? Or sometimes they can't even get the Rick part right. But yeah, my name is Oakland, which is a very uncommon name because it was Polish, but then when my family moved to the States like 3 generations ago, they you know, they had to change the name. Rick Oakland, yeah, exactly. So yeah, the L is actually an L with a slash through it, which is a Polish character, like a Polish letter. And we don't, I mean, no one knows how to pronounce that shit, right? Even Polish people are like, I don't know how to pronounce your name. I mean, it's not a really common name in Poland, from what I understand. Even with the slash through it. So when I came over, there were, you know, other people with the same issue that changed it to different names, right? So there's a whole bunch of different variations of my last name that are kind of related. Oh, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. So yeah, a little bit weird about my name. It's technically spelled wrong because we didn't have the letter to spell it correctly. And then this one will be 15 coins. And then my first name's spelled wrong too, right? Because it's actually Richard, but I've been spelling it R-I-K since high school. Before that, it was R-I-C-K, but when I was in ceramics class, we had to make an Egyptian cartouche, which is like a name tag, and we had to use the Egyptian hieroglyphic alphabet to put our name on there. Well, the Egyptians didn't have a different letter for C and K. They were both the same letter. So I told the teacher about this. I was like, hey, I'm just going to use 3 letters for my name because the Egyptians wouldn't use the same letter twice in a row like that. And like, you know, we're trying to make it Egyptian. And she's like, no, I'm going to give you an F if you do that. You have to do it twice because your name is R-I-C-K and C and K are both the same thing. So you have to use it twice. I was like, really? She's like, yes. So after that, I wrote, first of all, on the back of the piece, I wrote R-I-K, because you had to put your name. I wrote R-I-K, and then I started spelling my name R-I-K after that, for everything, for every class, for, you know, I mean, other than, like, government shit, obviously. But, yeah, even some of my mail is R-I-K. Lumbee, Rick Auckland. It's Oakland. Oakland. Kind of like the city, but without the D at the end. But yeah, I get Rick Auckland a lot. Oslin. Ocean, which is weird because people see the L as an I. Ocean. Rick Ocean. Like, why would I have a capital I in the middle of my name? Maybe, I don't know. Akion? Akion. Rick Akion. Anyways, yeah. So now we've got the possibility to get 5, 10, or 15 coins from chests. So we should probably give you the ability to get them. Although right now there's no way to get 15, but that's okay. Thank you, Lumbee, for welcoming Kara. Yeah, Kara's pretty cool. She's an artist. She does cartooning. She wants to be a game dev, and she's gonna start streaming, it sounds like. But we have an ad, so unfortunately she can't hear us because there's an ad. But we're gonna take a quick break anyways. We'll be back shortly. But thanks for dropping in, Lumbee. I always appreciate you being here. Alright, I'm back. What did I miss? Huh? I don't know why, but I thought you were gonna say, unfortunately she's in an ad, so she can't stream now. No, she can't hear what we were saying. I don't know about that, but I am sponsored by our lovely sponsor, Raid Shadow Legends. Nice. I don't know what Raid Shadow Legends is, but funny nonetheless. Alright, so let's make the other dungeon. I think there's actually 2 more. So yeah, we'll just pull everything off for now. This one is the ending, so we'll put that where it's supposed to go. And we'll just redraw the collisions here. Oops. We'll do the chest after we figure out the placement of all these. It's a whole meme that everyone is always sponsored by Raid. It was a big meme like 4 years ago, if I remember correctly. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I'm kind of meme illiterate. There's very few memes that I keep up with. And then like there's been so many already that I kind of have started deleting them from my brain. You know what I mean? Like they're like overlapping the memory. It's overwriting the memory. Yeah, people will play a game and then go full screen and say, but first from our sponsor, Raid Shadow. Then they laugh and continue their game. Alright, so the chest now, that was hard to say for some reason. The chest needs to update its position. That would put it inside of a wall. We'll put it there. And then maybe like right there? Right in the middle of everything? Oh, you know what we didn't do? We didn't set chest found to true. Set value chest found equals 1. We'll copy that and paste it here and here. Oh, I'm not Abby this time. You can change it. You can, yeah, so if you go to like the About Me section underneath the stream, there's like a panel for stream avatars, and they're all free. It might take you a while to find her, but she's in there. There's like over 100. And you can choose anyone you want. So every time you beat the dungeon, it should reset the chest found. So chest, oh wait, variable value, and then chest found equals 0. So this one's dungeon 4, and this one's dungeon 5. Alright, now we'll do the colliders. Oh, you got your Abby back. There you go. That was quick. I don't think my messages pop up overhead anymore. Oh, it works again. Yeah, I don't know why it's kind of slow or whatever, but sometimes stream avatars is a little bit janky and laggy. Alright, so now we need to make sure the chest isn't inside walls. Which it is. We'll put it in this corner there. And then this corner there. Now I feel like we should randomize the chest when the scene enters, right? So on init, we kind of need the same randomization that we're doing here. Otherwise, the chest will always be in the same spot. That one doesn't need it. Oh, but we don't want to change the dungeon scene. Actually, this isn't what we want. I don't know what is what I want. What I want is... I think it actually happens here. No, nothing happens there. So what, random's, oh, the random is, it's this one, that's what I want. Not that. I also did have stream plans for in October, not first stream, just a thing I want to do. Cool. And did we put this? Yeah, all right, we put those in a good position. So now we need to finish that next dungeon script because we've got that, but nothing else. So next we want this to be 9 and 16. Then we want this to be dungeon 3. And then copy, paste. And then we want it to be 17 and 24. You want to know what it is? Absolutely, if you want to share. I don't want to spoil the surprise, but I want to know. Alright, so this is 25 and 32. Let's just make this 64. So dungeon 5 is more likely to happen, but that's only because we don't have other dungeons. And yeah, so let's give this a shot. We should be able to play multiple dungeons now. I could tell you in DMs later, plus I could show you some of my character art. Okay, yeah. Select button to explore for more coins and pets. Alright, let's explore. Oh, look at that, we're at a different dungeon. So, we're not making any money while we're in the dungeon. Time's not progressing. You're not wasting food. It didn't open the new scene, so that's kind of weird. For some reason I have to press select twice. Oh, no, it worked once that time. Chest seems to always be in the same spot for that one. And it doesn't seem to be working. I just have trouble setting some things up in OBS. Ah, yeah. There's a little bit of a learning curve to OBS. I might be able to help you out. Not sure. Your skill level could surpass my own. I don't really know. I don't know why that's the only one with a chest that seems to work. Oh, there's a pharaoh seed in chat. Let's figure this out. Why is that one the only one that's working? Also, which one is it? This one? Like when I change scenes from, let's say, start stream to main scene for gameplay, the music instantly changes. I want it to fade, and I don't see a fade option. And I see a fade option, but it doesn't work. Yeah, so honestly, I don't know how to fix that. That's something that Kixie was actually just asking about yesterday, and I don't have a solution. I was doing some research online, and there are people that figured out how to do it, but there's not a lot. It doesn't make a lot of sense. Some people say to use the Move Transition plugin to do it. Other people say that, like, well, there's just like a lot of like things that are said about it because it's been an issue for a long time. Really, she asked that too. Yeah, actually, during her stream, she mentioned it. She said the exact same thing. She said, I don't want it to cut out like that, and it sounds terrible, but I don't know how to fix it. And she's like, if anyone knows how to fix it, let me know. And I was like, I don't know. But I did do a little bit of research because of that, and there are people that figured it out, so it's not impossible. There are plugins and stuff like that, but there's just not a lot of like tutorials or like even like readmes on how to use the functionality to get it to do what we're talking about. But supposedly there's ways to do it. So I would do a little bit of research. You might figure it out sooner than me. Part of the issue for me is that I don't really have a need for that because I use a separate music app, right? So I just have that music app running, and I just have a playlist that goes through all the time. And like, if I want to turn it off and turn something else off, I could fade it out just manually with the volume control, but honestly, usually I just pause it and then put on other music. I mean, as a DJ, I totally understand why you would want to crossfade the music or just fade it out even. But as far as logistics go and just like ease of use, it's not easy. I wish it was easy. I wish it was something that was easier to do. Supposedly, you can do it using the fade option in studio mode, right? But the fade has to be like as long as you want the audio to fade. So like the video fade would have to be like really long for the audio fade to do it. But I don't really know. For mine wouldn't work as I have start stream music and BRB music, which is 2 songs per stream. Right, yeah, a lot of people do that. And that makes sense. Yeah, I'm not really sure the best way to do it. I wish I could help you on that. One of these days I'm gonna have to make like a special scene to test it out on, to say like, oh, this scene has music, this scene has music, when I fade between them it fades the music, and like, you know, show people how to do it even if I figure it out myself. But as it stands, I don't know how to do it, so I'm not much help. Dance, Abby, go girl. I like how she plays a little flute thing. Is that a flute or is that a violin? I can't tell what that is. I think it's a flute. So I think we need to like do like a random seed. Random seed generator. We'll do it there. But then we should also do it like anytime you hit the select button, maybe? Oops, that's not what we want. As a flute, you wouldn't hold a violin in your mouth. Well, it's hard to see. It's hard to, like, you hold it in your chin, right? And it's a pixel art and it's tiny, and on OBS it's even smaller than how you're seeing it on your screen. But yeah, you know, chin, mouth, same kind of spot. You definitely hold the violin with your chin. And then you put your hands up like that too, right? What, the one that's moving back and forth would be on the fretboard. But the one that's standing still would be like, you know, a bow. But apparently she's not bowing very much. I don't know. You're right. It definitely looks more like a flute. Which, that's why it was the first thing I said, right? I feel like we're gonna need like 1,000,000 dungeons. I mean, luckily I spit those out really quick, but at the same time, like, I'm gonna need like 1,000,000 of them to make it interesting. Otherwise, it won't be interesting. Although, honestly, we should probably have these chests do more, right? Because right now it's just, if it's greater than 17, it doesn't exist. Also, the randomness was not very random. So this is what we'll do. We'll copy another one, and then we'll make it 17 to 24, and then we'll change this one to be over 25. And then if it's 17 to 24, we'll put it in a new position. We'll put it over there. And then on hits, we'll do the same thing. We'll copy it, paste it, change it to 17 and 24. And then we want it to go to the 15 coins one now. We'll have to do that for each of these. So we might as well just copy this, paste it, and then this one, copy this, paste it. Oh, there's another. And then copy this event and paste it there and delete that one. Paste it there and delete that one. Paste it there and delete this one. Alright, and then this one, the on hit, we need that. And we need to put it there. Okay, so now we have 3 different chest types, but we do need to change the location so to make sure that it's not in a wall. So and how do custom emotes work? Okay, so custom emotes you have to reach affiliate to do, but affiliate's actually gotten easier to reach than when I was doing it. And it wasn't very difficult to reach when I was shooting for it. Oh, there's an ad about Sarah. I'm gonna snooze it. So yeah, the way that it works is that once you hit affiliate, oh, it did the ad anyways. Sorry, I'll wait for the ad to be over. Sorry. The ad's over? Okay, cool. Sorry about that. So yeah, as far as the requirements for affiliate, I don't really know what they are anymore, but I know that it's 25 followers now. It used to be 50 followers, but now it's 25. And then as far as the 8-hour streaming thing, I don't know how many hours they need you to stream, but it's in a month-long period, so it's not hard to reach the amount of hours. The hardest part is the average viewer count, which I don't know what it's set at anymore. When I was going for affiliate, it was 3, I think. You need an average viewer count of 3, which doesn't seem like it's hard to do, but it can be. Especially like for me, I used to just like stream whenever I felt like it, in the middle of the night, whatever, and I would just like go on. I wouldn't tell anyone about it. I wouldn't like promote my stream anywhere or anything like that. I wouldn't make friends in other people's streams. I was just kind of like, I'm on and now I'm off, and then I'm on and then I'm off, and just however I felt like doing it. And I had very few viewers for like the first while, but after a while I started doing it daily, and then I started to get more viewers, I started to get more raids, and eventually I got over that threshold. But it's really not that difficult to do if you make a lot of friends. If you know, like you coming here and telling me like, oh, I'm learning how to stream and stuff, that makes me want to check out your stream, you know, and be supportive. So like the more people you know have that same type of attitude with, the more people will want to support you and see you do well. So, you know, make some friends, right? Go to a lot of streams, talk to a lot of people, be active in a lot of chats, and you're more likely to get more people to view your stream. It's still difficult, you know, time zones and all that stuff. Note, I do swear a lot. I don't mind. I'm an adult. I swear myself. I try not to, but you probably couldn't tell because I end up swearing just like whenever I feel like it, so. But yeah, I basically have to constantly stop myself from swearing, so don't feel bad. Sometimes you gotta swear. Alright, let's try this again. We got more chests with more positions and more randomness, hopefully. Once I made a recording a few months ago to test my voice app, and I noticed I swore like 40 times in 6 minutes. Jeez. So this one always seems to have the chest. Oh, well, it actually worked that time, so that's cool. You found 5 coins. Oh. But now I got 10 that time, and then it didn't do anything that time, so that's a little weird. So something weird's going on there. When... Oh, because it's doing the randomness there. We don't want it to do it there. We want it... Well, we want it to do it there, but only once. Not when you're coming back. So we need a new variable. We'll do if variable value, and then we'll grab a new one. And we'll rename it just found chest. So if just found chest equals 0, then we do the random. Let's copy that first. So we're gonna need to do this in each of these. Oh wait, we actually don't need it to be a new variable. We could just use found chest. Chest found. Cool. Mostly the B word and the F word. There's a Pokemon in chat. Yeah, I say the F word a lot. I don't really say the B word. One time, cause I used to say the B word, and then I was dating a girl and she said, she stopped me and she said, "Why did you say the B word? Why did you say that?" And I was like, "Oh, I don't know. It just kind of came out of me." And she said, "Well, it's kind of rude, isn't it?" I was like, "Is it?" She's like, "Yeah." I was like, "Oh." So after she said that, I stopped using the B word. I don't want to be rude. But it is kind of negative to swear, right? And generally speaking, we've got enough negativity in the world. Her opinion. It was her opinion. But I wasn't trying to upset her. You know, I was dating her, so. But I think it's good practice not to swear. I mean, don't get me wrong, there's a time and a place, and like, I'm not saying like you should always bite your tongue, but like to be able to bite your tongue is good, right? Let's say there's kids around or something, you don't really want to swear around children, right? Or a job interview, or like, you know, old people, right? Like, or the elderly, you probably don't want to call them old people. You know, there's, I don't think it's rude as long as it isn't directed to a person. Right, yeah, I used it as like bitching, right? Or, you know, I don't really remember how I used to use the term, to be honest. Probably mostly like bitching, like this person was bitching kind of thing. Or as fancy people say, boomers. See, that's confusing to my generation because my parents, or my dad was actually a boomer, right? So like, call old people boomers, like you're talking about my dad's generation, but people call me a boomer and I'm like, you're like 2 or 3 generations off here, right? But I get it. People use the term to describe old people now. But originally it was describing baby boomers, right? Which was like the first boom after the Depression, right? I think that's what it was. Something about that. Okay, I think this should work this time. We were definitely getting more random last time, but the whole chest thing was being dumb. Also, there was that weird thing where we opened the chest and it didn't do anything. Like, it made the sound effects, but then it was like, just went away. Oh, yeah, look at that. The chest is over there now. Is there a way to even get to that one? There's no way to get to that one. So that's an issue there in itself, but it shouldn't have like put itself there. Also, which one is that? Is it this one? Yeah. So this one puts the player... Wait, it puts the player there? That's not where it's supposed to put the player. But either way, it shouldn't be like re-randomizing it, because chest found, it should only re-randomize it if chest found equals 0, and chest found should be 1. And then on inits, if chest found is 1, it should be setting itself to be transparent. Oh, I guess all of this should be in the else statement then, huh? Also, what's your favorite drink? I just like asking questions. Oh, that's no problem. Honestly, I really like ginger beer. I hardly ever drink it though. It's not really great for you and it's kind of expensive. I used to make my own, which was really cool. But yeah, I think that's my favorite drink. I used to drink a lot of booze and I don't drink anymore. Back when I used to drink a lot of booze, I drank a lot of rum and coke. That was kind of my thing, but I also really loved margaritas, especially like jalapeno margaritas, spicy tequila shots. I was really into that. Mine is water, Chad moment. Yeah, I mean, I drink more water than anything else for sure. I drink water and tea all day long, every day, and I don't ever really buy soda. Every once in a while, if it's like there, I'll drink it, or if I'm at like a bar that has ginger beer, I'll get ginger beer, because I like it. But or like, yeah, I like ginger tea. Got a couple different types of ginger tea right now. Drink a lot of Earl Grey tea. I like green tea. I don't have any. I need to get some. And chai tea. Tea and biscuits, mate. No, I'm American, so I don't have biscuits. Also, I'm gluten intolerant, so I can't eat biscuits anyways. But honestly, I never quite understood what the English biscuits even were. They look like crackers to me, but I'm sure they taste better than crackers. I don't know. Crackers and tea doesn't really sound good to me either, though. They're like little cookies, but they're not cookies because cookies are like jam-packed with sugar. Oh, I could hear it from the accent. Yeah, American accent. Yeah, hard to hide that. Some people say it's a Chicagoan accent. I definitely lived in Chicago for a bit. Grew up near Chicago. But yeah, I lived in Arizona for a bit where there was also a lot of other Chicagoan transplants. And now I'm in Oklahoma where there's a lot of Southern draw. So I might pick up some Southern draw at some point. No, honestly, I lived in like rural Illinois, but like just south of Chicago, maybe like an hour south of Chicago. So like there was a lot of Southern draw there as well. So I can always like, you know, kind of put on that Southern draw and just, you know, talk like a Southerner if I wanted to. But I kind of like make fun of people that way, so I don't really like doing it. Like, I don't know. I don't want to be mean. But you know, some people have that, and like that's a really unfortunate thing for them. Like they like I had one friend who was from Alabama, and when I met him, he had no Southern drawl whatsoever, but he had a really bad one when he was in the military, and someone told him that he sounded stupid because of his Southern drawl. And he's like, well, that's stupid. You know, why would you think that I'm stupid because of the way that I talk? And they're just like, I don't know, it's just the way it is. And it's a sad, unfortunate truth that when you have like a thick Southern draw, it makes you sound like you're not educated for some reason. Like people have this like bias towards that, and it's kind of sad, but he forced himself to get rid of his Southern draw, which is commendable, really, because that's kind of a hard thing to do. But again, I felt bad for him, you know. I heard there's a lot of drama going on in the US. Well, there's always a lot of drama in the US, but you're not wrong. There's a lot of drama in the US. Yeah. Wait. What is going on here? Oh, that's right. Wait, oh. That's what I want. Yeah, there's a lot of political upheaval at the moment. I don't get too political on this stream, but I also don't really shy away from it. So the thing is that more than half the country voted for Trump, who is not a great president. He wasn't a great president last time, and no one expected him to be great this time. However, we weren't really given another option. Kamala Harris was the other option, and like no one really liked what she did when she was in the White House with Biden. And honestly, Biden did kind of a shit job too, but he was better than Trump because he wasn't Trump, right? So like something about Trump slowly dismantling the Constitution. Yeah, I don't know how slow it is, but it's definitely happening. He's you know, eventually going to be coming to the end of his term, and he's either going to try to like become a king or change as much as he can while he's still in the office. And I don't know, the whole thing is kind of a mess. I don't know why we give him so much power. You know, every other president, it's like, oh no, he's just the president. But when Trump's the president, it's like, oh, he can fucking do whatever he wants. He's the president. It's like, what? Well, goodbye democracy, I guess. So the thing about democracy is that it's always kind of managed anyways. And a managed democracy isn't really democracy, right? It's a sham is what it is. It's I don't know. I don't want to talk too much shit about my own country, but we've been fucking things up since the beginning. we've been really terrible at this whole like running the country thing. Like the history of our country is like really dark and terrible. We did terrible things to each other, to other people, to other countries. Like just in the, you know, the spirit of getting by, we screwed over everyone we could. You know, we burned all these bridges. Well, I don't really believe in democracy. In the end, it always fails. So it's, I mean, I don't know. It's like, in the end, what is the end? And also like failure is like a new beginning for something else. I don't know. There's this continuity to it, right? Like empires fall, right? And like it really doesn't matter what type of government it is. Like nothing lasts forever, right? And I think what type of government, it does matter to the people and how people are affected, but in the end, everything's bound to fail eventually, you know? I mean, if you think about it, our planet is probably going to eventually intersect with the sun, you know what I mean? Like it's going to get so close to the sun that the greenhouse effect goes out of control, like Venus, or it gets hit by a comet, or this, that, the other thing, you know? I believe you need a good person in charge, like the president of El Salvador. I don't know anything about El Salvador. But I do think, yeah, it's important to have a good person in charge, but having one person in charge is kind of a recipe for disaster also, right? Pokey catch. Yeah. Wait, what happened here? On player hit. Oh, alright. This else. Wait, no. This else. There we go. Wait, else. Go in there. Yes. Alright, so now I think I got all of the else statements in. So now they only do this if they haven't been found. Now it should work. But yeah, I mean, and the other thing is that, like, someone might seem like a great leader, and they might even be a great leader, but you give them too much power, and power tends to corrupt people. So even if they started as a great leader, they might not end up that way. Or the other thing is, you have a great leader that does all these great things. I mean, they could always be assassinated, unfortunately. And honestly, that was kind of the major downfall of our government, I think, was that we had, what's his name? JFK, Kennedy, right? And he was doing a great job as a president for the most part. I mean, he had his scandals and stuff for sure, but he was backing the gold standard, and it got him killed. And then after that, we got rid of the gold standard. So that means that all of our legal tender, our money, is not backed by gold anymore. Where it used to be, you could legally trade in your money for gold, and it was worth like a value to, it was linked to gold, right? But now it's just this arbitrary number that it's all digital anyways, and we don't even have the gold to back up. If you were to like exchange for gold, there wouldn't be enough gold for everyone's money, you know? Not to mention, I heard Fort Knox is mixing a whole bunch of gold or something like that. I don't really know. It always had a high crime rate. It was a hub for gangs. When that president got in charge, crime rate dropped by 70%, and 75% gang members were arrested, and that in the first few weeks of his term. Oh, well, that is pretty impressive. I'll say that. But, you know, there's always some like thing, right? Like either the way they went about doing all that stuff, or like what they had to, you know, what freedoms people had to give up to allow for that type of stuff. You know, how many of those gang members were actually gang members, or active gang members, or like recovering gang members, or, you know, like there's this whole thing of like, you know, I don't know. It's always when the person in power tells the story, they always tell it the best way possible, right? When they have their own PR company to like make things look great, they're always going to make it look great. And I'm not trying to make them look worse. I'm just saying that like there's probably some like darkness in there as well, you know? Not to mention, you put a whole bunch of people in jail, then you got this prison system, and it needs to be taxed and all this other stuff, you know, it's got to function. And I don't know, like, I know here in the States we had a thing where we were like putting drug users in prison like crazy for things like cannabis, which now we're realizing as a nation is kind of ridiculous, right? It's a freaking plant. Why would you like throw someone in jail for like 10 years or more for smoking a plant, you know? Like literally not even selling it or dealing it, but just smoking it, you know? And so we had like overcrowded prisons because of one president, I think it was Reagan, decided that all these potheads need to go to jail, and it's like, what the hell, you know what I mean? So I don't know. He could have, you know, at the time, well, like throughout American history, we've done numerous things to like just throw random groups into jail, right? In fact, the reason why cannabis was first made illegal was because we wanted to arrest people. We wanted to arrest Mexicans, and they had different cigarettes than we had. So that's what they did. They wanted to clear out. It was very racist, and a terrible time to be a Mexican in the States, and they pretty much cleared out a lot of Mexican workers to make room for other workers, and you know, it was ridiculous. And then they kept that law around. They kept adding to it, you know. I mean, the crack epidemic from the 80s was planted by the government. The government actually taught gang members how to make crack, so that way everyone would get addicted to it and start dying from it or whatever, you know, and the mafia could sell it. And it was like this big underground conspiracy thing where the government was actually pulling the strings, and that's fucking crazy if you ask me. But oh, we're pooping. Let's test this out. So we go here, we go there, come out there. We got the same one twice. That happens. We got the same one 3 times in a row. I suppose that can happen too. Alright, now it's just happening over and over again. Let's take a look at what's going on under the hood here. So these are our variables, right? Let's pull this up higher. Let's look at more of these. So we want the random, and we want chest, found, and then alright, so let's go. We've got, wait, where's random? Random is 13, so we'll go through here, we'll hit select. Random is 26, but still we're here. 40 and then 5. Hey, it changed that time. This is a tough one. Hey, I did it. So it opened the chest, but it didn't take me to the other room. Yep, step 1, steal Mexico's land. Step 2, get rid of the most Mexican settlers. Exactly. It was messed up. It was completely messed up. And for the longest time, pot was illegal because of it. And you know, the stuff they had back then was so benign. It was like 1% THC, 2% THC, maybe the good stuff was like 5% THC. Now we're at 30% THC and it's legal, right? You can literally get like 100% THC or you know, like 90% THC or whatever in extract form, and that is legal in certain states, like for recreational use. All you need is a driver's license to say that you're old enough, that you're 21. And I don't think that's wrong. I think it's a little bit crazy that we legalize extract and flower at the same time, but you know, I don't know. Like, I've definitely smoked some extract, and that can really get you pretty baked, where when you know, just smoke some flower, like, yeah, you can get baked off the flower too, but like, it's not going to like cause you to like pass out. I've seen people pass out from extract, you know, just like boom, out, which is scary. Oh, that time it took me to a new scene. That's weird. But also, it didn't actually give me any money. You see that? What's my money at? So it is there, but it didn't update here. That's weird. I mean, you can see the truth in the city names. They didn't even bother to rename them to English, like Los Angeles, still Spanish, and many other major cities. Absolutely. And in Illinois, the state name in itself is Iroquois, right? And or maybe it's Illini, I don't really know. Anyways, they're Native American names, right? I think actually Wisconsin, I think, is too. A lot of the cities, Chicago is Native American name. Yeah. And Oklahoma was taken by the natives, or taken from the natives as well. Like and it was so bad. I believe how it goes, and I don't really know. Forgive me if I'm wrong, but what I understand is that we forced people to live here in a settlement. Like we made a reservation out of Oklahoma, and then we took it away from them, which is ridiculous, and completely wrong, by the way. But you're absolutely right. The city names of Western, Southwestern are definitely a lot of Mexican names. New Mexico, is just I drove through New Mexico and Arizona the other last week, and it was totally. Natives forced into small communities, go outside of it, and pew pew, you're dead. Yeah, well, it was messed up because not only did they force them into the reservation, into a small community, but they forced them out of it after they forced them to it, right? I mean, the atrocities we did to the Native Americans were just insane. And not just the Native Americans, but also Hawaiians, right? That's the shit we did to the Hawaiians, just freaking mind-blowing. And it's not just that. I mean, South America, we did a number on almost all of South America at some point, like it was just crazy, like well, it's not just us, Europe as well, right? Like trading companies and stuff, like the whole banana thing, the pineapple thing in Hawaii, like all of this crazy shit that like people don't even know about in the States because it's like dark history. We don't teach dark history here. We don't teach the scary stuff, we just teach like the basically the whitewashed history, which is pretty terrible, right? I don't know. I get pretty upset about it, but at the same time, like, I try not to think about all of the crazy stuff that goes on, Hawaiian Queen, mind your own business, USA, join us or die. Pretty much. If you ask me, we should give them Hawaii back. I mean, it's sad enough that we sat there and destroyed it for fucking 100 years or something like that, but like it should just be Hawaiian, right? I mean, it's a beautiful place still. I mean, I haven't been there since like 15 years or 20 years, but or even more. Shit, I was probably 15 when I went there. Anyways, I think it's ridiculous what we've done. And like I said, we've always been kind of a shitty country. We've always been making mistakes. We've always been hiding it from ourselves and pretending that we aren't as bad as we seem and that it was, an ends to a means. Wow, that is glitchy. Sorry about that. Pew pew. I don't know why OBS has been so stuttery lately. Like, it was never like this last year. And then this year it just started. I did make some changes, but like, they were supposed to optimize it, not not de-optimize it, you know? I don't know. There's a Snover in chat. So I wonder why it's not updating the money. I clearly have money. Where is the money? So this is all pet money numbers. Oh, I see what's happening. We're adding the money, but we're not giving it, we're not calculating the money. So we need to run this script whenever we give money. That's what we need to do. But we need to calculate it after we give the money. Alright, let's try this again. But yeah, I don't mind you asking questions, and on the other hand, I don't tend to ask questions a lot of times, not because I'm not interested, because I don't want to put people on the spot. I know a lot of times people like to be you know, anonymous, and you know, they want to keep certain information, you know, secret or whatever. They don't want to have it on the internet, have it on YouTube, or have it on Twitch or whatever, and I totally understand that. Personally, I'm pretty open, but I don't expect everyone else to be open. Getting the same one quite a bit here. Oh, that's a different one. It didn't change scenes for me. Alright. Random? And then chest. Chest found equals 0. Yeah. So what's happening there is that it's when it calculates the money, it does the money numbers, right? So we only want to do this if we're in the pet scene. So luckily there's a contingency for that. So if variable value and then pet view equals 1, then we do that. Speaking of which, we need to make sure that the pet view isn't 1 after we hit select. You like the dance command? Yeah, that's built into stream avatars. I really wanna pet a cheetah. Like pet a cheetah? Like the animal? I would be worried. Like, I like cats, but you know, What is this? Variable value. Pet view equals 0. They're so big and cute. From what I understand, cheetahs use like all of their energy just like attempting to catch things, to eat, to hunt, and like they don't even have that successful of a rate of capture, right? They end up running and using a whole bunch of energy and then not being able to get the food, and a lot of them die from starvation because of it, from what I understand. And also their population is pretty sparse, right? I don't know, I watched a show on cheetahs at one point, and for some reason it really sunk in. But yeah, have you ever seen, if you like big cats, have you ever seen those savanna cats? They are like the biggest domestic cat. It's bred with another type of cat. It's not a domestic cat. Like it's bred with an exotic cat. But they are domestic, and like they're expensive, and they're like the size of a person almost, you know, like when they're standing up on their hind legs, they're like the size of a grown man. But or like they could like reach your shoulders kind of thing, maybe not the size of you, but they're pretty big, they're pretty tall. They could really make a mess if they wanted to, or probably kill someone if they really wanted to. But they're domestic, so you can like train them to be like cats, you know, and they act like cats. But they are big. I believe it's due to their claws. Unlike other cats like lions, their sharp nails, unlike lions, are very dull, more like a dog paw, not a claw, so they can only really use their mouth. Oh, is that cheetahs? I didn't know that about them. Alright, let's try this again. Oh, it put me in the wall. Didn't think about that. Also, this is the first time I've gotten to this one. Yeah, that's why they are seen up in trees to hide from the other big cats, as they might be the fastest, but they lose most fights with other cats. I believe it. I don't understand why it's not opening up the next scene. Did it that time. And now we've got $10, so that worked. Are you a cat person, Kara? I'm definitely a cat person more than a dog person, but I don't have any pets right now. I'm not planning on having any pets anytime soon either. I had pets before, and unfortunately they died, so not really trying to go through that again. Plus, a cheetah weighs around 50 to 70 kilograms, whereas a lion weighs up to 190. Yeah, it could just crush a cheetah by bumping into it. Yeah. Also, cheetahs are solitary, where lions have like a pride, right? So let's figure out why these chests aren't doing what they're supposed to do. This one in particular seems to be that way. So on initialization, so there's that. So 0, 9, 17, 25. 0. Change scene. This one changes the scene. This one changes the scene too. So for whatever reason, it's still putting it on the screen, but then not letting me pick it up. Weird. And yeah, I love cats. Oh, cool. I didn't know they were so light. Yeah, they're like super skinny because they like hardly ever get enough to eat. They're always like starving. And they're like always using their last reserve of energy to get the next meal, which is why it's like life is really hard. And they live in the freaking desert, kind of like in the savannah, right? Where it's like kind of like a desert, you know? It's like, I don't know, I guess it's not like the desert, but it's hot. It's hot. They're always panting and sweating, you know? They're always low on energy. And I guess the way that their metabolism works is that it just like, you know, gives them like that spurt of energy, and then that's it. Like that's everything. That's all of their digested like energy goes to that next sprint, and hopefully they catch something, because if they don't, they won't have the energy for the next one. I do believe their weight is the reason why they are so fast. I'm sure that has something to do with it. If they were super fat, heavy, then yeah, they wouldn't get around as quickly. Have you ever seen the liger, where they mixed a lion and a tiger to make the biggest exotic cat? And it's like so big that it can't even like do anything. It's like it has no purpose. It just eats and poops. Like that's all it does. I feel bad for it. Lions would be faster if they were lighter, probably. But again, lions, they don't really spend that much time roaming around. They kind of have their area, you know? I mean, I don't know. I'm sure it's not like the Lion King where they live on one rock, but, you know, they don't, I don't know. I really don't know much about them, to be honest. But I imagine that they don't need to get around as much. And if they did get around more, then they would probably have evolved to suit that better. I don't really know. I'm definitely not a jungle cat expert. There is this little jungle cat though. Have you heard of this? I don't know what it's called, but it's literally a jungle cat, but it is the size of a small domestic cat. Like it is smaller than most domestic cats, but it's actually like a fierce hunter in the jungle. Like, Pio, what's crappin' in? How you doing? Welcome back. Kara says, I've seen a video where a lion was chasing a cheetah. The cheetah didn't even have to switch out of first gear. I could see that. I could see that. I think we need to do more testing on this, because I need to like pull up the variable that's not changing, right? Because like it should be one of these random numbers. So random variable. So if we get past the first level, And then we go to this one. So it says 24, nothing there. That's fine. Although it's kind of weird. Pixie, welcome in. How you doing? I finished the fishing and am now doing art and balancing it. Cool. Glad to hear you're moving so quickly on that. Oh, is there 9 tails in chat? I missed it. Thanks for checking in, Kixie. I appreciate that.
Ah! What a save!
A save?
Incredible!
All right, we'll save. Thank you for that. So this says 52, and that's fine, but when it was at 25, or 20, was it 25? It was at 24? I don't know. I didn't see the chest. Let's try it again. So now it's at 35. So there, oh, and then it changed to 43 right away. 59. $45. So now it's at 28. So if we hit this thing, 28 is, wait, it shouldn't even be there at 28. Because it's greater than 25. So it should be positioned down there and not there. It's really weird. No one caught the 9 tails. Oh no. Theo says it's really small so I can work on it fast, and Game Maker's visual code is very simple. Oh, I didn't realize there was visual code in Game Maker. Kixie Rick told me that you had the same problem in OBS with the music not fading. It's very abrupt when I change or turn off music, but I have not attempted to do anything about it yet. Yeah, I was telling Kara that earlier. I was doing some research. When you mentioned that, I started researching it to see if I could help you. And there are people that figured out ways to do it, so I don't think it's impossible. But I tried to figure it out, and I was not having a lot of luck. So I think I need to like build a scene that actually needs that, and then like figure it out. And might take me a while, but eventually I'd like to figure it out. Right now it awards points. I think later I might add a fish collection. Cool. Car says, yeah, it's like a switch from start scene to main scene and it just cuts off. Pio says, yeah, I suck at typing and remembering parentheses, so visual code really helps me. Interesting. Oh, thank you for looking into it. Yeah, sorry I didn't, figure anything out, but I did start looking into it. There's like a plugin that I downloaded, but I couldn't figure out how to get it to do what it said that it could do. And then some people said that you can use the move transition plugin to do it, but I didn't find any documentation on that. So yeah. So again, we picked it up, but it's not supposed to be there. It's so weird. Glad I found you an interesting puzzle. Yeah. I don't know when I'll be able to actually figure it out though. Between this game jam, doing Zossum's commission, And gotta lurk for a bit. All right, well, have a good lurk, and all the other things that I'm doing. It worked that time. So I think what's happening, and I could be wrong, but I think what's happening is that we're doing this random, and then at the same time we're doing the initialization on the thing. Maybe this is happening first. If everything works and everything can be set up right, I might stream next week. Oh, cool. Well, that's exciting. Yeah, I can't wait to see it. Looks like we've got ads starting in about 2 minutes here. I don't understand why the chest is doing it. I really do think that it has something to do with it not happening first or something. So something we could do to test this is display dialogue. We'll say scene init brand. We'll copy this and we'll go to this one and we'll say actor init brand. Now we'll see which one goes first. Of course, this will only happen on Dungeon 2, so maybe we cheat to make it only give us Dungeon 2. Change scene, Dungeon 2. So I don't know what to stream. It sounded like you wanted to stream Stardew. But yeah, that ad is about to start in like 10 seconds. So I'm gonna take a break, and hopefully we can figure this out when I come back. Oh, see, look, actor in it ran, scene in it ran. That's the weird thing, right? So it's running the scene in initialization after it's running the actor initialization. All right, well, we figured that out, and for some reason the player is in the corner. But all right, I'm gonna take that break. We'll be back soon. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. Yeah, but when I played a lot of Stardew recently, I get bored easily when playing. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Well, you'll think of something. Anyways, ad starting. See you in a bit. Okay, I return. I had to munch on some pizza. Also, it's like storming here. I was looking at the weather and it said there's 50 to 55 mile per hour winds and penny-sized hail. Coming my way. So that's always fun. So I think the trick here is that instead of doing the random on the scene initialization, we will do it on the chest. So if the chest found equals 1, and then if it's not, we do that. And that should fix it. So here we can just get rid of all of this. A mile? Yeah. Wait. Yeah. Why do you always have scary weather? It's a Oklahoma thing. It gets less scary the longer you live here. 55 miles per hour and a penny size is actually good weather here, believe it or not. Stay safe, I will do my best. Thank you, Kixie. Yeah, a mile is what, I don't know how many kilometers. How many kilometers per hour is 1 mile per hour? Let's figure out this conversion. All right, so 1 mile per hour is 1.6 kilometers per hour. Taco Crepe, welcome in. Taco Crepe, everyone should check out Taco Crepe. They are a fantastic pixel artist. They do VGen stuff. They've got pixel tubers that they do. They do emotes for people. They do a lot of cool stuff, and they're killing it on Twitter. Just absolutely killing it on Twitter. Like, I am so proud. That is a cute froggy emote you have there, Kixie. I am jealous. I like cute frogs. Like, I would never consider myself a frog person, but I've always loved frogs. I think my dad's a frog person, but like, I've always been into frogs. I used to have this shirt that had a frog on it. That was like my favorite shirt. I don't know what happened to it. It was wearing a frog wearing sunglasses. It was like the most 90s thing. Frogs wearing sunglasses were way cool in the 90s. Abigail likes frogs. Does she? Oh, that's right, because don't you like save a frog? He's all like, there's a frog that needs saving, and you're like, I'll save it. And then one of the options was, it's our child now, or something like that. And I wanted desperately to hit that button, but didn't want to ruin my relationship with Abigail. Never seen that. She has dialogue where she just talks about frogs. Interesting. Wait, I just got gifted a sub to the owner of this emote. Dude, that's awesome. Now I'm super jealous. Thanks, Taco Crepe. You've made me even more jealous than I already was. Do I have a CNU sub? No. I don't think so. I've got some pretty good ones though. This one's pretty cute. Is it cute emote time? Is that what time it is? I've never seen this one before. And I got this emote, there you go. Look at that cat, Taco. It's a worm cat. This is my favorite community emote. That's a pretty good one. Honestly, I forget to look at the Twitch ones. Oh shit. Look at this one. We got Meatwad in the house. That's a good one.
Have you seen my wife?
Your dancing got you a free star game or jump game because you jump at the end of your dance. You won what? You won 5 points. Five points from the jump catch game. So for my stream, there's actually 3 different types of currency. There's like the Twitch redeem currency, and then you've got your stream avatars currency, and then you've got the mix it up currency. So yeah, the channel points are like, you know, Twitch. Then there's cool points, which are the mix it up ones. And then there's the stream avatar money, which is just money. Avatar currency, yeah. So a lot of times people will have it so you unlock different avatars by making more money, right? So you play the jump game or whatever other games that are allowed on the stream, and then you can purchase better avatars based on how much money you've, you know, done. Or you can spend the money, like, I think you can bomb people. I think that costs money. So I should walk over to you and bomb you at some point here. Oh, yep, there it is. Sorry. Alright, let's see if I fix that issue. Oh, actor ran in. Oh, and it's still going to this. That's so obviously that's not gonna work. Let's fix that. Where is enable? Enable. Delete. And then that actor Rand shouldn't be there. Should I say taco or crepe? I usually go with taco or taco crepe. Hey, the chest is there. And it worked. And look at that, we got $5. Hey, we got the monies. Now we got $20. I'm gonna spend all that money on food for this sad cat. Uh-oh, are we betting on roulette? I don't remember how to do that. It says there's no contest. Why does it say there's no contest? Is that because Stream Elements doesn't realize there's a contest? The Stream Avatars has it going. You made a lot of progress in the game the past few days. Yeah, I mean, it's been slow, but, you know, it's been working. It actually feels a little bit like a game now, so that's a good sign. I feel like I'm gonna need to make like a million different dungeons, but that was kind of like the plan. But I did come up with another idea for a game that I want to make. I just don't know the best way to do it. Although I was kind of thinking of it. I don't know, have you ever played this game called Simon? Like this old electronic game. And it's actually pretty awesome. No, Taco, then you might like one of my characters I drew. It has to do with tacos. Yeah, Taco Crepe, what's the lore behind your name? Want the chest. Simon? Oh yeah, the game Simon. You don't know Simon? Whoa, that is a big Simon. Simon by Milton Bradley. I don't want to get sued though, so I think I'm gonna make like a 6-button Simon. Right? Because you've got 4 arrow keys and the A and the B on the Game Boy. Oh, stupid tape stay put on the H key, damn it. LowRez, when I was 13, I thought tacos looked like crepes, and crepes looked like tacos, and be funny to combine the two. Oh, it's like a bop it. Yeah, it's like a bop it. It's except it does a tone and a color, right? So each color has a tone, and it does a sequence. So it'd be like dun dun wait, dun 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 dun. I think I got the tones wrong. Dun, 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 dun. Something like that, and then it would be like and then you go and then and you go and it's just like kind of annoying, but it gets faster and faster, and like as you get going, you know, like you're trying to remember this randomized sequence that it created, and it changes every time. So it's like the toy being named Simon is so funny. It is a little funny. So there was this game called Simon Says. I think it's based off of that. But yeah, I had it when I was a kid, this exact one, but I never really understood all of these controls and stuff. I was too young. I just knew that the red button started it. But yeah, the longest was like the longest ever played. That's like your highest score. The last one is the last one that you did, so you can replay the same one. Oh, there's a Gorilla in chat. But yeah, Taco Crepe is in the Discord too, so if you wanted to send your art that way, you can do that, or you can link it, of course. But from what it sounded like, you weren't super ready to share your art with the world, and I won't push that. But yeah, if you wanted to find Taco Crepe in the Discord, I don't think they would mind. Uh-oh, it's pooping. Better clean up its poop. So I think the next step, now that we got all that working, is to make it so time advances while we're in the dungeons as well. So what we have here is that there's this timer script. Oh, we can just copy that and throw it in these ones. And so it'll increment the stuff, and it will calculate time. But it might cause some issues, and we might need to fix them. But that's okay. Nice work catching the gorilla. What is this? No such file directory. I don't know why it does that sometimes. All right, let's see if it breaks. Oh, it's breaking for sure. We got some weird eyes. I like how it's blinking. Anyways, let's fix that. So we go to our calculate time. We've got this like show eye thing, right? And this and that, pet sleepy. So this show eye is probably what's happening here. So what we need to do is do if variable value, and then if pet view equals 1, then we show the eye. Otherwise, we don't need that. Let's make sure. Yeah, so same thing here. So if variable value, pet view equals 1. Let's copy that. I have a feeling we're gonna need it some more. Again, here. Anywhere where we are showing graphics, we want to make sure that we only do it in one particular scene. So yeah, there's the clock graphics. Again, oh, that one's actually already checking to see if it's in the pet view. So everything else looks good. So now those crazy blinking eyes in the walls should be gone. What is, oh, we still got eyes. Still got eyes in the walls. Different eyes, but eyes nonetheless. Alright, so somewhere we missed it. I think it's still calculating something. Is it energy? No. But also, it shouldn't be doing it on the first one. Let's figure this out, though. Wait, right here. All of this is replacing tiles. The work numbers. So yeah, this one got janky. Well, some of them did anyways. Yeah, see how it has work numbers here? It should just do it once at the end, right? But also it should only do it if it's not in the pet view. Or if it's in the pet view. So that means we need to go through and make sure that we remove this. And this. Otherwise we'll get weird numbers. Alright, so we calculate energy. Let's make sure that we're only showing the numbers in that pet view. There we go. That should fix that. Same thing here. The health, yep, same thing. The smile and the numbers. The poop. Although that reminds me, we're going to need to check the poop and initialization also. So let's do that. Let's see here. Pet view. There should be. Here. Draw a pet. Replace those tiles. If the pet is found. Poop deck graphics. Oh, so we do have the poop deck graphics. But we've just got them to be blank. So what we need to do is calculate the poop. I think we should just call the script. And then we can get rid of these. So that way if it poops while you're in the dungeon and you come back, your poop will still be there. Alright, let's see if we fixed anything else. We still got eyeballs. Alright, what's going on with that? Let's figure this out here. So in calculate time, something is making eyeballs happen. We got the food, sleep, and water. Well, that's not it. Oh, here we've got more replaced tiles. All of this stuff should be right. I guess I don't know. We want it to still affect your pay. You get sleepy while you're in the dungeon. So basically anything where there is a replaced tile, we need it to be only in the pet view. Oh, Abby doesn't sleep? I think, does sleep work? I think you gotta do sit. Maybe I'm wrong. I really don't know. There's a list of commands somewhere. Alright, I think we did it now. So yeah, if we type in commands... So there's a whole bunch of them, but this one with the link that says stream avatars, that one has all the stream avatars commands. But then there's also the mix it up commands, which is like the one that's like 2 messages long, and then there's stream elements commands, which I don't even really use. So yeah, lots of commands. But the stream avatar ones are all in that link, that first link. Alright, we got rid of the eyes on this one, but that wasn't really an issue because we got rid of them for that level. But let's try it on this level. Hey, no eyes, awesome. There's a feel in chat. $15 coins. We've got 29 bucks now. We're freaking rich. Cat's not gonna die now. Let's feed it some food. The energy changed colors. That was weird. Uh-oh. Some number is being overwritten here. It's either the work or the money. Oops. Is the work and the money. Hey Tanker, thanks for checking in. Hope you're doing well. Uh-oh. We got farters. 20 shame points. Dude, Indie Maniac was in here the other day and he's got so many shame points. It's insane. So something is being calculated here, and I think it's the work. Uh-oh. More farts? Jeez. Air freshener. That's actually a good one. Kara, I'm gonna write that down. Before long, we're gonna have an air freshener command. Thank you for that. Yeah, I saw his shame points. He's so far ahead. He literally comes in here just to fart. Like, sometimes he won't even say anything. He'll just fart, and then that'll be it. Alright, so the work points. Let's see what's going on with that. There is a lot of work stuff going on here. Alright, so increment work tick. If work tick is 10, do all these things. Do them and do them some more and lots of things. Where is, oh, here's the pet view, the work numbers. There they are. That's that. That's that. So I think something happened where when we went in here, it calculated the money, but calculate money as this pet view thing. So maybe pet view is set to 1? Maybe we need to watch the pet view. Let's try it again. And those could give some type of some type of point. Yeah. I don't know what kind of point. Maybe a good Samaritan point, right? But it can't negate the shame. Hey Boops, I'm hidden. How did you find me? Did you just call out Boops? Hi Boops. Sorry that you have to hide. Well, me won't have any shame points. There you go. You sure you don't want to fart? It kind of started as a joke, right? Because Indie Maniac just like decided one day that he was gonna try the fart command, and then he realized that Stream Avatars has a fart command, and then this little poof came out behind his avatar, and he's like, "Oh my god, that's amazing! I'm gonna use that all the time." And then I was like, "I'm a proper lady." I didn't realize ladies don't fart. But yeah, I've heard. I guess I've heard this before. Or that lady farts smell like roses. I've heard this as well. Anyways, I decided that I was going to amp up the farts by playing an audio clip, right? And then I was like, and then he's like, "Oh, this is great. I'm gonna do it some more." And I was like, you know what? I'm gonna really, give it to him. So I made it so his avatar is on the screen with a big cloud of smoke, and it says PU, and he liked that even more. And then I was like, you know what? We're gonna count the shame points here. So it was an iterative process. I just kept going back. Of course I called her out. Why would you do such a thing, Tanker? We're gonna need more dungeons. Oh, look at that. It's doing it again. Why is it doing that? What happened there? Where our pet view is still 0. 4 and 5 is our food and water. Oh, the water numbers. They didn't get it. They didn't get the special treatment. Have to try it again. I can't hear stream right now. I'm sorry. I don't mean to talk about you when you can't hear me. Well, I went to see if she was here. Oh. You don't even need to work, we can just dungeon crawl. I'm gonna spoil my cat. Well, things seem a little slower now that I'm providing points while we're in this scene here. Go back, I want the treasure. Is that a fart cloud emote? Jeez. I don't know why the food wasn't correct the first time. Oh, how do we get to that? We gotta go all the way back to the beginning, don't we? More shame points. You're catching up, Tanker. You got 3 already? You're gonna gross out Kara. Taco Crate, not you too. Gonna have to put a cooldown on the farting, huh? Oh, jeez. That was a rough one. Car runs away. Oh no. Yeah, try not to alienate the new community members, okay? Oh, I didn't get the money. Better clean the poop up, I guess. I won't, I appreciate it. Oh, went too far. Oh no. Ah, there's so many holes. There we go. I do think it would be fun to make that Simon game though. Yeah, OBS is just having trouble these days.
Well, look here, Maddie. You drop your and grab your socks. We shipping out in 3 hours.
Nice work catching the Musharna. Quit pooping, cat. Oh, I didn't clean it. I think I need more levels. Also, I think I need to test it on an emulator that's not so laggy. Because I can't tell if it's the emulator lagging or if it's just the game lagging. Why aren't you cleaning the poop? Clean the poop.
I
Go
am
to
a
sleep.
banana.
It won't let me clean the poop. Oh, the poop was gone.
Here comes a big one.
I think he's getting closer. Look, he's right on top of us.
I need the chest. I got it. Get to the chopper. Quit pooping. Oh, that was weird. You turned me into a Pyrotoad. Go back to sleep. You don't need to work. I can collect money from dungeon diving. What should I call this game? Gotta go. Alright, have a good one. Take care. Night. Night to you as well. Yeah, I can't believe how late it is already. I've got 50 bucks. You're gonna eat well tonight, kitty cat. So that one's a little janky because it starts you in the wall. Probably fix that. Look how much money we got. Also, for some reason, the food is not correct when it starts. Where does that happen? Food numbers. So yeah, we need to add 20 to the food numbers, just like we do to the energy, right? Oh, the energy doesn't get it either. So I think what we need to do instead call that script that says calculate food. Right? Because yeah. And then we need to do the same thing for pretty much all of them. So we don't have work, but we do have water. We can probably just delete these. All right, so let's fix that dungeon. All right, so if we go to attach script to select button, random number. Oh no, next dungeon. Oh, so it happens in the dungeon script. Okay. Which one is it? Dungeon 4 that has all the other ones start in the corner, that's why. So this one goes to dungeon 4. We want it to be there. 6 6 instead of 6 5 6 6. I think we need to make more dungeons. Dungeon 6. Export it as an image. New one. The one thing that is annoying is the fact wherever I go, when I say my name, there are these Undertale fans that go like, OMG, Kara from Undertale? Yeah, I never actually played much of Undertale. I tried it out just to like see what all the hype was about, but this was like way back in the day, back in like 2016 or something like that, 2015. And you know, it was cool, you know, but it seemed like a game for people who hadn't played Earthbound yet. And I'm not saying Earthbound is like, you know, better or any, well, I don't know, maybe it is better, but there's definitely differences. And I'm just like, that's just my name. Oh. Yeah. Undertale is kind of like too big, right? It made such an impact on society that like, or on like a certain generation really, that like they're like completely like, you know, everything is related to that somehow, even if it's not, right? Like I had this boss for a game called Retro Spaceball, and the boss was like this big bug, and somehow they were like, oh, that looks like Flowey. That looks like Photoshop Flowey. I was like, what? its community is toxic. Well, I feel like a community that big is bound to have some toxic members. I don't think that all of it's toxic though. But yeah, it's a little bit big. There's a lot. Oh, we're back in an ad, aren't we? Are you back from the ad? Car says, by the way, how can I know what music I can use on Twitch? That's a tough one. Honestly, I only use my own music. So, like, honestly, you can use anything, but Twitch is going to mute the VODs, right? What a lot of people do is if they don't want to deal with finding copyright-free music, they will like lower the volume like a lot so it's like barely audible, and then, you know, just not worry about the fact that it gets muted, that gets the VODs muted. The VODs don't stick around very long anyways. Taco Crepe says, I just used Nintendo music. A lot of times video game music works great on Twitch, but then if you're restreaming to YouTube, you'll still get copyright claims for it, which is a little bit ridiculous, but the claims aren't like strikes, so it's not anything you gotta worry about unless you're trying to monetize or make sure that your country or that your videos are played in every country. Because what happens is sometimes a track, even from video game music, even if it's in a video game, will get claimed, and then they'll be like, this video can only be played in certain countries because of this music is being played in it, which is ridiculous because it's like a 5 or 6 hour video and the music is only playing for a few minutes of it, you know, or whatever. But there's also a site called Pretzel. Let me see if I can find it. I think it's still working. It's loading really slow though. I'm wondering if the site is down because it's taking that long to load. Oh, no, it worked. It's just really slow for some reason. So this site's here. Pretzel.rocks. Yeah, usually the claims are from artists that use the original music as a sample in their rap too, so watch out for that. Exactly. It's not even the original artist. It's like some random person who's like trying to claim it as their own and getting away with it because YouTube doesn't actually check, and it's like this. It's a mess. But this site, Pretzel Rocks, there are free stations on there. They do want, like, it's like a freemium service, right? They want you to pay for the premium channels. And like the chiptune channel is paywalled, which sucks. It used to not be. I used to use Pretzel Rocks and used to use their chiptune station, and that was pretty dope. Another site, and I don't know how legal this is, but I know that most of the music is copyright free, is Battle of the Bits. So I can pull that up. And I actually am friends with the owner of the website. So if you like chiptune music, Battle of the Bits has tons of it. I do believe the Fat Rat allows people to use his songs for streams and YouTube videos. He even made a video explaining how to solve the autoclaim that YouTube uses when using the music. Right on, I don't know anything about Fat Rat. I don't know what that is. But yeah, I mean, technically if you're given permission then you're allowed to use it, but then the copyright claim still happens, but a lot of times it doesn't really mess with anything anyways. Like I said, unless you're trying to monetize the video or if you are trying to make sure that it gets seen in every country, which is legitimate, right? Think that's too many holes? I think it'll be fun. He made songs like Unity and Monody. Monody? I don't know that one. I kind of forget the limit. What is the limit? Is it like 30 triggers? How many triggers are we allowed? Yeah, 30. Okay, so I think we'll be okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and then 20. So that should be fine. Again, lots of holes, but I think it'll be fun. You know, you like have your choice at the beginning and it's gonna send you to a different path, and then it's going to be a struggle, but that's okay. Not all of them should be easy, right? All right, we'll do one more. What if we do one that's just holes? That might be interesting. Is there any time/day on which you'd like me to show my characters? No, I mean, anytime is fine. Like, I usually kind of stay up kind of late. Like, it's 1:30 a.m. for me right now, and I don't know. I probably shouldn't stay up too much later, but I probably am going to anyways. And then I usually don't wake up until like around 1 or so, 1 p.m. or so. But depending, you know, if I'm up till 5 in the morning, I might stay up or sleep later. Or if I'm up till like, you know, 8 in the morning, then I'll probably sleep till like 3 or 4 or whatever, you know, I don't know. My sleep schedule is just nuts. It just goes crazy. But yeah, if you message me anytime, I'll be able to, you know, get back to you when I can. If not right away. Usually I'm pretty good about getting back to people. I kind of feel like there should just be like one there. Maybe a few. There we go. Just to break things up a little bit. All right, we'll save this. And then we'll export as an image. I could then send after stream. Yeah, absolutely. I'll probably like, I don't know, there's like a slice of pizza I'm gonna eat, and I'll probably like lay on the couch and either play video games or watch something. So yeah, I'll be able to chat. Alright, let's put these into a sprite. And we'll just make a new layer. And a new frame. And then we need to open them. Alright, we were at 5 before, so 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Wait, that's not 10. Yeah, oops. Yeah, these ones. That's what I want. We will skip. Copy. Let's start with this one. Copy this one. Paste it here. Drag it there. Yep. And then that one. It's kind of new for me, but also kind of exciting. I have had characters for over 1.5 years now, and you and Taco are the first 2 people besides my family who would see the art. Oh, cool. Well, one thing I can tell you as an artist who studied art at art school is that getting feedback is going to help you a ton. Now, it does take some getting used to, right? Because, you know, a critique can be, you know, sometimes it can not feel great. If you're used to getting only praise from people about your art, then it can be difficult to open up to people who may not praise it or give you constructive criticism or say things that they don't like about it potentially or whatever, you know. But it's important. It's very important, and you do grow a thicker skin the more you do it. And like when I was in art school, we did critiques, like public critiques, all the time, and at first it was really hard, right? The whole class is tearing apart your art, but really they're telling you how to be better, and it's like really a great thing. Oh, I know my art has flaws. I'm not a pro artist and I don't know how to do certain perspectives. Well, there's nothing wrong with that. And being able to admit it is wonderful, to be honest. And yeah, you know. It comes with practice and time, right? Wait, is that the same? It is the same. That's not what we want. And you know what, I am a pro artist and there's things that I can't do also, so you know, that's just the way it is. There's always going to be things that are difficult or that you're not used to. There's always going to be other people that can do things better right out of the box, or even with less practice, and there's nothing wrong with that. Everyone is, you know, special in their own unique ways. Dance, dance, girl, yeah. Did we do that one already? Or did we? I think we did this. Did we do this one? We did, okay. This is the one we want. So again, we're going to change it from GIFs to PNG. We're going to do loop now because we don't want to render the ones we already did. Visible layers, 100%. Everything looks good. Do you want to export the animation? I do, but I want to give it better names. So let's try this again. Dungeons 2? Dungeons 2. No, I don't want to overwrite the file. Dungeons 3? No. We want Dungeons _ There we go. So we should rename them before we import them. The ones with the underscore are the ones we want, but we should just name them. We'll leave the underscore so it's not confusing. 5. Oops. 6. 7. 8. 9. Wait. Is that all of them? It is, okay. Wait, where's 5? Well, lost now. Copy, and we're gonna paste it here. Yeah. And one thing I suck at drawing, hair and hands. Yeah. Hair and hands are both pretty difficult. Especially with pixel art. Like, the smaller the drawing, the harder it is to do it. One thing I like that, one thing that helped me a lot in art school was learning to draw really big. We did like 18 by 24 inch things. I don't know what that is in metric. I can figure it out. Uh, 45.72 centimeters by 60.96 centimeters. So you probably can visualize how large that is, but pretty big. And we would fill the whole thing with just what we were drawing. So if we were drawing feet, the feet would fit the whole thing, you know, or maybe there'd be a little bit of ankle in there. Same with the hands. If we were doing hands, maybe a little bit of wrist, but the hand would take up most of that whole page. And that helped a lot. Like, I was surprised, you know. It's weird because like it is a little bit more expensive to work that big. You kind of need like a drawing board or like a drawing desk or something to like hold the support, right? And it is a little bit more expensive for a drawing pad that's like big like that. So like I could see why people are like reluctant to like start doing things big, but man, I was impressed with how much better I got once I started drawing big. Because what it does is it teaches you to move your whole arm rather than just your wrist, and you can get much more fluid strokes and much more lifelike like gestures and stuff like that. But yeah, I found that to be super helpful when I was in art school. So I think we should do a rows of 10 maybe. Solution: make your character 1 by 1 pixels. That way you don't have hair issues. There's not a whole lot you can do with 1 by 1 pixels. So that looks like the solution. But there's got to be a way to get to that. So there's got to be a way to get to that one. One of these has to go there. That one, was it? And then this one goes there. Oh man. It's a maze and a half. Bazooka? Is that... Did you just launch a bazooka? I wasn't paying attention. Did that work? Is there an actual bazooka? Now I need to try. I don't think it worked. Just want to see Abigail shoot a bazooka. That would be pretty funny. Okay, I think this one's solvable. We just need to put the chest in the right spot now. Beep ad. Oh, sorry. Also, what kind of system do you use to have the avatars on the screen? That's called streaming avatars. It's a Steam game actually. So it's literally a Unity game that someone made that displays the avatars. It's like, I think it's like $15 or something like that. It's pretty cool. The avatars themselves I got from the Steam Workshop. Except for like the Pyrotoad one, I made that one myself, and there's some custom ones at the end of the list that I made. I've been slowly but surely adding my own custom sprites to it, and I'll probably eventually slowly start getting rid of some of the Steam Workshop ones. But people seem to like them, so you know. But yeah, it's a little bit processor intensive. Like like if I'm trying to do like gaming and stuff like that, I kind of have to turn it off because it's like it doesn't like doing it at the same time. A little bit of a pain, but it is fun. I like it. Oops, I deleted the whole scene. Didn't mean to do that. So if it's a Steam app, what happens when you want to open a Steam game? Won't it close the other app? It's okay if it's on the same system. If you're trying to use like, because I have like a Steam Deck that I usually play games on. If I try to open up a different app on the Steam Deck, it will hiccup. It will throw a error saying like, are you sure you want to do this? You have to close the other app, and then it won't actually close the other app, which is weird. So it does still allow for me to do it, but it like logs you out of Steam to do it, and it's as long as you don't actually close the app, then it stays open, but it doesn't want it to be open. Yeah, it's kind of a weird thing, but when it's all on the same system, it works fine. Assuming that your system can handle both games at the same time. Because yeah, that's sometimes, you know, not what you want. I think I did this wrong. These ones should go to the middle. And these ones, one of them should go to the end. And one of them should go back to the other place. And then this one can go back to there. Ooh, the USB jack adapter will be delivered today. Oh, cool. What's that for? Oh, the mic issue. Oh, interesting. I told you at the start, not start, when I arrived. Yeah, I just didn't understand that the USB jack was going to fix the issue. I mean, I knew you had a mic issue. I didn't realize that a USB jack adapter would fix it. Yeah, I wasn't clear on the issue. I do remember I once made a giant drawing. Oh yeah? How giant are we talking? Like a mural? I used to get these boards. I had a drummer friend, the drummer of my band. He would he was like, he worked someplace that had a lot of like truckloads of stuff, and they would come on plywood boards, and they'd be all beat up and stuff, but he'd bring them over to my place anyways and be like, Rick, I figured you could use these boards for something. I was like, hell yeah. So I would paint on them, you know. I would get spray paint or just like regular paint. One time I even bought like a whole bunch of really cheap paint and just let all of my friends paint on one of them. It turned out really cool. Like I made a chibi character with those big heads. So I drew the body, making it like 2 centimeters tall, and the head was over 1 meter big. Wow. And then I colored it all with pencils. Wow, yeah, that sounds big. Cool. Oh, 20 centimeters? That makes more sense. The Indie Maniac! Welcome in, Raiders. Kixie, welcome in. Indie Maniac, how you doing? How was your stream last? Playing the RPG. Sounds interesting. Welcome, Raiders. Thanks, Kixie. How's everyone doing? Thanks for checking in, Indie Maniac. Don't forget your shame point there. Otherwise, Taco Crepe will catch up with you one day. There it is. 37 shame points. Kara had the awesome idea of air freshener, by the way. And you've scared her off again. She's been scared again. But I think the air freshener is gonna happen. No, they won't. They won't run away, or they won't air freshener you. You put a hat on me. I'm a trained person. But how you doing, Indy? How was the game? I was lurking. Thank you so much for the raid, by the way. Taco will not catch me. Oh no, they won't catch you. They probably won't. They probably won't. Uh-oh, we've got fart war going. Guys, be careful. You know what this can lead to. What's that emote? It looks like a bunny with hearts. I think that's one of the Indie Maniacs emotes. But yeah, I hope everyone is having a lovely evening. It's too small on my laptop, I can't see it. If you click on it, sometimes you can make it bigger. Oh, there's a Drampa in chat, if anyone plays the Pokemon game. But yeah, Raiders, for those of you who don't know me, I'm Rick Oakland. I do mostly game dev stuff. I do quite a bit of art as well. A lot of pixel art. I do some 3D stuff, but it's kind of rare that I actually do that on stream. Every once in a while I play some games. Actually, more often than usual these days, I've been playing with Indiana Crones. I've been playing Peak on Thursdays and Sea of Thieves on Saturdays and Tuesdays. And it sounds like I might be doing some Spiral Nights on Tuesdays now and then with Big Lumbee as well. So there are some games that get played on this channel. For the longest time, I really didn't play a lot of games on this channel, but now I'm making more friends that play games, and it's fun to play with people. And yeah, every once in a while I play with Indie Maniac and Kixie too. When they let me. When I'm cool enough. And, you know. They're a good time. Good group of people to hang with. I don't think I've created a solution to this one yet. I feel like this one should be the solution. One of these has to put you in that center area. Okay, that one. And then we just need to put the chests in the right position. That one's fine. This one is not. Go ahead and put it there. Alright. So now we've got 10 dungeons, I believe. Well, no, only 9, huh? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Weird. I thought we had 10. Oh, I know, because this one got a second version of it. Anyways, I don't feel like making another one, so let's make it randomized between these ones. Spiral Nights. Parsa sounds nice. Yeah. I like playing games with people from time to time. I've been playing a lot of Helldivers with my IRL friends, but I don't really stream that because it's kind of a intensive game. I need to get a new computer is what I need, because I can't really stream a whole lot of games on this computer. So what I do is I link my Steam Deck to stream to this computer, and then I stream from this computer to the internet. But that's a lot of streaming, and like, I don't know, it doesn't always work that well. Sometimes it just starts not working, and I feel like it's OBS's fault now, because OBS was having trouble with all types of shit earlier. How did my froggy get stuck there? Oh, during the raid. Pyrotoad's like, let me out, let me out. But yeah, Raiders, if you need to sleep, I know it's late, if you need to get food, if you need to drink stuff, eat stuff, sleep, whatever it is that you need to do, feel free. If you want to hang out, that's totally cool too. I might be up for a little bit longer. I don't know, it's already 2 a.m. here. But yeah, I think we want to make this work and then maybe test it a bit and then probably call it from there. I don't really know yet. Let's see here. So we've got the calculate. No, not calculate. Next dungeon. It's morning here. Cool. I hope you have a lovely morning. So if it's over 25 and under 32, then we'll go to that one. We'll copy this event, paste it. And now we want it to go to dungeon 6, and we want it to be 33 and was it 45? What is 8 times 5? It's gotta be 45, right? Or is it just 40? No, it's 40, isn't it? And then yeah. So I think I've made all the new ones start in the corner, so that actually makes things a little bit easier. 3 a.m. for you. Well, it's morning for you too. I hope you also have a lovely morning. Alright, so after 41 and 48, we go to dungeon 7. If it's 48, no, 49, and then, what is it, 56? What's 48 plus 8? 56, right? Yeah, 56. I am not the best math person here. So after, wait, 49. Oh yeah, 49, 57. So 56 plus 8 is 60 something. Well, 6 plus 8 is what, 64. Yeah, that's the number. And then we go to number 9. That's convenient. That's how many dungeons we have. Perfect. So what we can then do is make it like level up after like, you know, 10 dungeons or something like that. I don't know. We're gonna be, eventually we'll have so many dungeons that there'll be a lot. There'll be a lot of dungeons. All right, so let's test these new dungeons. Also, we should test it in like a better emulator to make sure that it's not laggy, because it's hard to tell in this emulator. Alright, let's test it on the real emulator here. So yeah, it doesn't seem to be lagging very much. I mean, there's a little bit of lag, but it's not real bad. Just let me out of here. This one's hilarious because it's like, oh, everywhere you go seems to be the wrong one. We made monies. Here's one of the new dungeons. Oh, I found the solution on accident. Oh, that's not good. It put me in the wall. Uh-oh. Something broke. What number is that? Oh, we don't have the debugger, so we can't tell. It looks like it's the work number, though. Gotta clean up that poop. Is the smell gone? Might be. It kind of follows Indie Maniac around a little bit. I let me out of here. It's gotta be a way. Was that it? Did I? No. Is there no solution to this one? I gotta get back to my pet. My pet's gonna starve. I can't get out of this dungeon. I can't feed my pet. I found it. There was a solution. And my pet didn't starve. It pooped itself, but it didn't starve. How much money I got? Quit pooping. One of these days you're gonna be happy. We need the chest. Oh, we got it. Nice. Oh, that's the one that puts you in the wall. I was about to stream, but I drank coffee that did not agree with my stomach. Oh no. Must be the karma for all the fart. Oh jeez. Well, now you know. Uh-oh, it's getting sleepy. Time to sleep, buddy. Uh-oh. More farts. The smell had just cleared, Indy. Are you asking for stomach problems? Because the karma is real. Oh man. What is going on here? Oh, I found it, and then this one always gets me. There we go. What's on gas max? Oh jeez. Wait, I love this palette for the pet. You know, I use this palette for a lot of things. Looks like he's awake now. Better get some work done. Make me lots of money. Oh, this is the hard one. It was hard until I remembered. Don't be sad, we got all this money. We'll be able to feed you. I think you used this palette for the Hacker Man game you were playing before. So this is like the palette that I have loaded on this, and I can change it, but I like this one the most. Go to options, GB colors. So I've got like a whole bunch of them here. This one's not bad. The smell is gonna kill me. Sorry, it needed to be even. Oh jeez. I don't even hear it anymore. By the way, Rick, do you post your stream music in Bandcamp? No. I do have a Bandcamp, but I haven't put actual music in it for a long time. Probably like 15 years. Or something. Maybe not 15, 10 years. Uh-oh, he's getting sleepy. So, oh, he's getting poopy also. This is kind of fun. I feel like it's gonna need a lot of dungeons though, because they're so quick. I see, you should though, so I can add them to my collection. Right on. Yeah, I just, you know, I never wanted to go through the process of copywriting everything. But if I like make it available, then there's a good chance that people would steal it and then copyright it themselves. So like, I just kind of don't make it that available. Some of it's on my SoundCloud. On one of my SoundClouds. Speaking of music, you want to hear something that I made? I made an EP a while ago and I never really fully produced it. or like fully published it. But it's on SoundCloud. I'll put it on for you if you'd like to hear it. Yes. All right. Don't know about the order of these. I want to make them, I want to put them in my own order. We'll do this one, and then this one, then this one, then this one, then this one, and then this one. And there's actually another one, another two that didn't make it onto SoundCloud, which is kind of funny. But let's, where'd that playlist go? Whoa, that's not what I want. I just made a playlist. Where did it go? Anyways. I don't know how loud it's gonna be. Oh, it's really loud, isn't it? Why is this on this screen? I'm gonna turn it down so it's not like overpowering. Is that too loud? Let me know if this is too loud or if it's too quiet. Where'd OBS go? Why is it down there again? I like the dancing emote, that's a good one. Well, both of them. Are you still sleepy? No. Get back to work. It's fine for you, good. I call this band Richard Has the Aux Cord. It's not really a band, it's just me. But I was at this frame shop and my manager, you know, we would take turns with the aux cord, right? And the owner of the shop walked into the frame shop and my manager was like, Richard has the aux cord. Because there was like clearly a look like, what the hell are we listening to? I thought it was funny enough that I would name a group after it. We're still getting those weird twos. It's either the money, the energy, or the work. Possibly the food and water. I like the instrument that sounds like someone saying wow or meow. Wow. But yeah, this is my non-game music. This was the last thing that I published that was not in a game. Didn't have anything to do with game. Except all the art is pixel art. Although, funnily enough, it's not my pixel art. It's pixel art that I repurposed, that I data bent and like moved around or changed or edited from games and stuff that I like, inspiration and whatnot. Sounds like this could be used in a game where an alarm is going off and the music would be on the beat of the alarm flickering light. It played the same song twice because of that playlist that I made earlier. Let me skip it. I don't know how to do that. How do you skip it? Skip it. Alright. Now OBS is going to be down there again. I don't know why. Oh, I got it. We got all this money. Uh-oh, he's getting sleepy. Hey, Flutterstay! Thanks for checking in. Welcome in. We are testing this Game Jam game that I'm working on and listening to some music that I made back in 2017 or 2018. But yeah, I hope you're doing well. Wow, hi. Yeah. So this is for the LowRez Jam. So it's a 64 by 64 pixel game. But it's actually a Game Boy game, so that's why it has that big black frame around it. This feels like a Game Boy variant of a Game Jam. It is, yeah, it's a Game Boy game for a Game Jam, absolutely. It's a pet sim dungeon crawler. I don't know what to call it yet. But yeah, the palette is just the emulator. This one's kind of cool too. It doesn't really look that great though. Let's see what else we got. Green, orange, purple, gray. There we go. That's a nice looking palette. Are you grooving to this tune, Taco Crepe? I'm glad you like it. We better clean up that poop before it gets out of hand. Yeah, I call this one Axiom Dirge. So how many lines of code do you think this game takes to run? Well, this is with GB Studio, so I'm not actually doing any coding myself for this one. I'm just using the built-in events. But there are a lot of lines of code behind the engine, that's for sure. But yeah, basically anything that runs on a Game Boy is going to have a lot of lines of code. There's not a really good way around that. Magic 8 Ball. The Magic 8 Ball says yes, definitely. I think you gotta ask it a question. I don't know how to do it. Maybe just after Magic 8 Ball, say the question. I didn't even know that one existed, to be honest. You're guessing probably 500 plus lines of code for the engine it's using? Probably more than that. I mean, it's the engine's written in C. It's pretty robust. I'm not sure if you're familiar with GB Studio, but there is a lot to it. You can actually eject the engine and read the code, but I have not done that. Eight Ball, is this how it works? Yes. The 8 Ball says, who knows? The Magic 8 Ball says, ask your mother, how many answers do you get for each Magic 8 Ball? Holy cow. The other one only did one, but maybe that's because there wasn't a question after it. Magic 8 Ball says, reply hazy, try again. Oh, then definitely more than 500. Yeah. 8 Ball, am I small? Outlook good. 8 Ball says, feels good, man. The 8 Ball says, yeah, sure, whatever. The 8 Ball just gave you like 3 answers. We could probably find out. It's, you know, these days with the internet and all that stuff. Maybe it's not that easy to find out. If we eject the engine, and then we look at it, this is just the JSON. So there's 250 lines here, but this, like I said, this is just the JSON. So let's take a look at the main. Oh, that doesn't look like there's a whole lot there. I don't know where all the data is. I would imagine it's this. Looks like there's a whole bunch in different places. I'm looking for ones that seem like they would be big, but then they're not. There's a couple hundred there. Yeah, so there's definitely lots of lines of code here. Usually it's spread it out, yeah. It reacted 3 times based off my message. Yeah, I did not even realize the 8-ball was a redeem until just now, so it hasn't been optimized. Apparently there's a stream elements one, there's probably a stream avatars one, and then there's probably like one coming from somewhere else too. I don't know. There's 3 different Magic 8-balls at the same time, so you got 3 opinions for the price of one. Oh, you know what we should fix is that one that sends you into the wall. Where is that? That is this one? There. Now it doesn't send you into the wall. Yeah. So that's cool. We're still getting that weird bug where the numbers are getting to where they're not supposed to be. Oh no! We need to clean up that poop and put you to sleep. Why are you still working? And you're out of food? And you can't. We don't have any money for food. What have you been doing this whole time? Just dying? We need to find money so we can feed our pet. We spent all that time. Oh, that's gonna get us a couple. Well, it's got water, but it's still starving. Mix it up. Yeah, there's probably a mix it up 8-ball too. Nah, that's Cat. Kixie, what kind of games do you stream? Kixie streams a lot of indie games, a lot of roguelikes, and a lot of just like really cute stuff. A lot of fun and happy stuff. There was that one where it was underwater that was kind of spooky and depressing. Oh, my thing's gonna die. I need to get that chest. Oh, I was at the right spot and I went the wrong way. What am I doing? Sounds like a Tamagotchi. Yeah, it's a Tamagotchi. But not in any way that I could be sued. Don't starve. Are you awake? Alright, you're awake. Get some work done while you're awake. Make us some money. That spooky depressing game was riveting though. What was that one called? It was weird. It was all about like social interactions and stuff. We were like in the submarine, like going to like convince these people to like give up or something. Subverge, yeah. That was I didn't expect you to play that one. Like, I mean, like, you know, obviously play whatever you want, but like, I was surprised that that was your choice. But it was interesting for sure. Ta-da! Give me that monies. Got weird numbers. We're out of food already? You've already ate all your food and you're pooping? You're running out of health. There's money over there. Got it. That sound effect of ta-da was old, but a classic, yeah. That's the Windows 3.1 ta-da. Oh, we gotta get that food. Stop starving. Can you wake up yet? Get back to work. What are you doing? We need to feed you. So I think I made something cool here. Like, I know it's still, oh yeah, we fixed that later. I know it needs some more dungeons, but it's actually kind of fun, even though I made it. I'll have to test it with other people. I'm getting quicker at these dungeons. Oh, he's getting sleepy. Go back to bed. I'm looking forward to Little Nightmares 3 release. You know, honestly, I haven't played the first two. I heard they were good. I remember the first game jam that I did, we were trying to make a Little Nightmares-like game for a test before the jam. We were like, we found our team online and we had never met each other before, never done anything before together. So we're like, well, let's do a little game jam test and just, you know, spend, you know, a few hours. Oh, you're an ad, sorry. Ah. Head over. Oh my god, the pet looks high. The pet is sleeping, okay? But if we wake it up, it needs to make some money. It's gonna start dying. It's not happy either. But yeah, on Little Nightmares, I never played those games, but the first game jam that I did, the group that I was with got together and we did like a test before the jam, and we were going to make something that was supposed to be like Little Nightmares, but we never actually did it. I did make a character for it though, Based off of the Little Nightmares character. Oh, we got money. Spend that money. Kind of reminds me of Diamond Digger or old 95 ASCII dungeon crawler. Cool. Oh, there's a Ursaring in chat. An Ursaring? Some type of Pokemon. I got all this money. Was that 15 coins? Hell yeah. I'm planning to stream the first 2 games before streaming the 3rd game on release day. Oh, cool. Yeah, I feel like people like that, you know, because then it kind of keeps people coming back, you know? Because not only are you like, you know, bringing in people that are hyped for the new game coming out, but then you're also like bringing people who don't know about it up to speed in a way that they can appreciate, you know? Oh, he's getting sleepy already. See, he makes less money when he's sleepy. Yeah, when it comes to old games like 95, 98, or XP, I know that kind of games. Right on. Yeah, no, I definitely played a lot of old games myself. The first time that I had like regular access to a computer was Windows 95. But my dad had Windows 3.1 when I was a kid on his work computer, and I got to play like Doom on DOS and stuff like that. What was it? A lot of Reader Rabbit, Speedball, Wolfenstein. And then later we got like, you know, King's Quest, right? Oh, went the wrong way there. And then all those Windows 95 games, you know, Ski Free, the game with the mouse and the cats that you had to like lock in with the blocks, right? Sometimes I go back to Doom or Quake or Theft. Thief? I don't know Theft. I remember Thief. I never actually played Thief though, but Doom and Quake I played a lot of, and I still play Doom. I play Doom Infinite, the beta for that sometimes. Actually on stream. Kara says, and I've even seen that they will add multiplayer in the new game. Cool. Well, that sounds exciting. Theft Gold is a good game. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know that one. I remember the game called Thief. Use the voodoo card for lighting. Interesting. Yeah, I was trying to clean up the poop. Oh, I'm hitting the wrong button. I'm on the wrong emulator. Wake up. Go to work. We need more money. The way you're saying is what I'm talking about. Oh, Thief. Okay. The one you remember. Right on, yeah. Thief. Thief. It was a first-person thief simulator, right? And it was like the first stealth game. I never actually played it, but I saw a documentary about it. I'm the type that watches documentaries about games that I've never played. I'm like, a new game documentary? All right. Oh, so this song is not mine. It just went on to the next one. This is a Billy Idol song. Probably gonna get copyright for that. But that's okay. Anyways, that was Richard Has the Aux Chord before the Billy Idol song. I don't think there's anything really great on here that I would want to show off to people. But I do have like a lot of music on SoundCloud. What's on this one? Here's a song that I sang. I got really drunk and recorded the vocals to sound drunk. I wanted them to sound drunk, so I got drunk and recorded the vocals. Buy the food. Why aren't you buying the food? What do you mean I don't have the money? I've got the money right there. Yes, I play it using lighting and sound as its mechanic. Right on, yeah. It did something weird there where it was like buying the food but not updating it. And now it just like updated it at like a much lower number. So I'm thinking, I swear so much I don't think I can actually keep up with manually increasing it. So what you could do is like maybe I don't know, I was thinking if you could have your chat do it, but then they could do it when you don't swear, and then that wouldn't be as fun, right? So I don't know, that maybe that's not a great idea. I guess you could have your chat remind you. Or maybe a mod, if you had a mod to keep track. Oh. The game is haunted. Got a bunch of 6s everywhere. Wake up. Go to work. Clean up your shit. Don't die. Don't starve. It took me forever to get you all the way to 42 and you're still not happy. To be honest, they don't make games like that before in that way. Yeah, that was the first time they ever did stealth, right? That was like the first time they were like, let's make sound and light like actually part of the game. Nowadays you see it a little bit more, but it's still not the same. Another game I felt did that really well was called Manhunt for PlayStation 2. It was a Rockstar game. But it was one of those games that like was very mature. Like I needed my driver's license to buy the game. This is one of the first songs I ever made. And it's actually samples from Grand Theft Auto 2. But they're so stretched out you can't even tell what they are. But then there's like me playing bass and guitar in there as well. Need more money. Go back to work. No. Why did it just go to 0? Did you see that? Oh, because it uses 5 at a time. Well, at least it didn't starve. Yeah, I do like the counter idea. Like, what got me into stealth was Thief and Metal Gear Solid. That's right, Metal Gear Solid was a big one too. I never owned that game, but I had the demo, and I played the demo a lot. And then actually, my neighbor owned the game, and when they got bored with it, they let me borrow it. And so I did play quite a bit of it, but I never like fully like played it. Like I never sat down and tried to beat it or anything like that. I made it to like level 3 or 4. Hey, back at the beginning. There we go. They have it on Steam and GOG. Metal Gear Solid, yeah. We need more money. Don't you see that you're starving? And of course this song just completely changes direction at the end. By the way, the title of the song is The Self-Reflection of Robo Dino. This is the self-reflection part. Okay, here's a question for you. Out of all the game makers you use, which do you think is a fun one to use? Honestly, I really like GB Studio. I like using Unity also, but Unity can be a struggle. And don't get me wrong, this can be a struggle too. But generally speaking, I've had more fun in GB Studio with the time that I've spent in it than with Unity and the time that I've spent in it. Because I've spent a lot of time in Unity and not all of it was fun. But from the small amount of time that I've spent in GB Studio, pretty much all of it's been fun. Make money. Why aren't you making money? Work. How are you not making money? Not updating. Something broke. Okay, now it's updating. Oh, okay. All work, no play makes cat unhappy. The cat is at 43 health. I think it needs to get to 50 to be happy. It should be like medium at some point. I never tested the face, but the face is supposed to move. Oh, he's getting sleepy already. Stop being so sleepy. We need you to make money to feed you. We need $5 more. We gotta hit the streets. This one I call organization. Got the monies. You're not gonna starve after all. It was close. Yeah, make some more money while you're at it. Who are some nice people in the community to connect with, as I would love to connect with the community. No, the pet needs to work on their rent for their rent. Yeah. Well, if I'm gonna clean up its poop, it's gotta pay the rent, okay? No, it's gotta pay for the food, which generates the poo. Someone's gotta do it. Yeah, so there are a lot of cool community people. We can shout some of them out here.
Seriously?
See if that works. Indiana Crones. So this is a remix. I don't know why it keeps doing that. Did you not do that? I think I fixed it. So yeah, Indiana Crones is awesome. I would give them a follow. I play games with them. They are super positive and cool and friendly, and just all around good person. I'm trying to think off the top of my head here. There's the Electric Mindset. The Electric Mindset's really cool. They're actually streaming right now if you wanted to go see what they're up to. They found Retro Spaceball a while ago, and well, like years and years ago now, and we've been friends ever since. They're very cool. Let's see, there's peanut punch. So Peanut Punch is a artist and a pixel artist. She does commissions. She does a lot of like JoJo's inspired art and a lot of just like fan art for streamer friends.
And now, direct from the Sesame Street Studios, high above Hooper's Candy Store, Radio 123 proudly.
This is actually the song that I have the most plays on. And it's live turntablism. Oh, we're gonna kill our pet here. We've got all this money, but we don't have any food. Better clean up that poop. And it fell asleep because it was working so hard. Let's see, who else is there? Well, there's definitely Kixie. I definitely recommend Kixie. She's super cool. Seagoat, the Indie Maniac, Infinite Metal. We should shout out Infinite Metal. Kixie streams are a vibe. You'll enjoy it if you like indie games. Yeah, I definitely recommend Kixie's stream. She's super cool. Also, yeah, Infinite Metal is awesome. They do retro games, and they're just really cool person. Yeah. Why are you still sleepy? We need money. Don't you see we need money? Go get back to work. I don't care if you're sleepy. We need the money. Oh, we found 10. I'm doing more work than you, Mr. Pet. Oh, you know who else? There's Big Lumbee. And Ari Boops as well. I'm not sure if I'm spelling Ari Boops right though. Is she in chat? It is. Okay, there it is. And there is an underscore. You better get some sleep. Theo and Mama Bear. I don't know them. You see them in Ari's stream? Oh.
Near me.
Mama is a hand drawing artist and Theo does games. Cool. Thank you for sharing. We got all this energy, but I'm sleepy. I'm not spending energy very quickly. Can confirm Mama Bear is good people. Theo is my favorite. Cool. Thank you for the shout. Absolutely. Yeah, Kara is asking who I know in the streamer community that would be helpful or cool to hang out with. Ari Boobs does a lot of art and a lot of Guild Wars and some other stuff too. Go back to sleep. Not getting enough work done. We need to hit the streets. Look for some chests. Oh, there's a chest. 5 coins. Oh, that's gonna make it a little difficult. Oh, I got it. Better clean up that poop. We're all out of food. Wake up. Why are the Z's staying there? What counts as a cozy game? That's a good question. Ads, sorry. Oh, the monies. 15 coins. monies. So yeah, this is the kind of stuff that I do with the turntables. I literally go in without any ideas or without any like routine, and I just wing it. And I don't use headphones. I just listen as I do it. I think there's 4 decks involved in this. So 1 vinyl deck and 3 CD decks. That sounds fun to be honest. Yeah, it is a lot of fun. It doesn't always work out nicely though. Like, sometimes I record it and I'm just like, wow, that was not good. Other times I record it, I'm like, man, I'm glad I recorded that one. Who do you marry in Stardew? The serious questions. Stardew is fun. I've seen a lot of modded Stardew gameplay here in Twitch. I sadly haven't gotten far enough to marry anyone. Always quit after 2 years. That sounds fun, to be honest. There are so many cool Stardew mods. I marry one before the end of year 1. Wow, dang. Yeah, that's intense. This last time that I played it was the first time that I ever tried romancing the people. A lot of times I was just into the farming and the mining. So there's a weird disconnect between the energy and the sleepiness, right? I feel like you should be able to like use your energy to not be sleepy. Oh, remember Naked Lizard? I finished it tonight. Want to see? Absolutely. Would love to see. I am not very pleased with this one. Or that one, or that one. These ones were kind of interesting. These were like some of the first like mixes that I made. But the samples were all like pulled from random spots on the internet and stuff. They're all like deconstructed in a way that like, or like reconstructed in a way that like I could probably sell it, but it's not good enough. And I've never gotten any like copyrights on the samples or anything like that, but I definitely didn't make these samples. Nowadays I make all of my drums and stuff like that. Like even those synths, I didn't make the synths, I just put them in there. So the way I did this was I produced these little like stems, and then I burned them on CDs in a way that they would like sync up with another CD. So I would like play, I only had 2 CDJs at this time, so I would like hit play on one and then hit play on another, and they would like sync up in a way that it would like, I don't know, I did this like this weird zipper thing where like we play one beat on one deck and a next beat on the next deck and back and forth. It was really interesting stuff. Where's the end of this one? Oh, I remember. Could probably fix the numbers doing that. The 6 is the end. So I think it's the work one. I think that clarifies the issue, is that it's the work that's causing the issue. Oh no, we're losing health. We were at like 43 or something like that. Stop sleeping. You're not even tired. Need you to make your fat stacks. Oh, Discord alert. Sorry, I got carried away. I forgot that we were discussing the arts. Oh wow. Look at this, everybody. Very cool. I do like the lighting. The way you're lighting up the bottom of the hat like that, that looks great. And then like you can see the chin is lit up. Oh, you did a wonderful job on this. Yeah, I like the hat. The hat looks great. These are my candies, right? The Stardew devs trolled one of the farms you can pick at selection. Boops. You know how there's totems, right? To teleport you and stuff. Totems, yeah. So on all the farms you can teleport home and everything is fine, but on the animal farm, I don't know how to spell the actual name, when you teleport home, there is a tree, some shrubs, and a rock blocking the path. So one night, I teleported home at 1 a.m. to not pass out, so I arrived there and I am stuck and my axe was being upgraded, so I couldn't cut the trees and passed out and had to pay Harvey. Wow, lizard, so cute. I love lizards, they're so cute. Oh, thank you so much. The highlight doesn't look weird. I was worried about that. This right here, you mean? That looks a little weird. The highlight on the scarf looks fine. The highlights on the arm looks fine. The only thing that looks a little weird as far as the lighting is this line here. I feel like that should be darker. But everything else looks great. Maybe this could reach this part there, like that band. But I think you did a wonderful job. I love how it's like, this is my candy. What are you doing? Trying to take my candy? This is my candy. I really like the coloration on it too. And the ear. And this dithering here, it looks great. Yeah, the hat highlight looks funky. Just a little bit on this line. Yeah, that looks like a lot of candy for one lizard. I think they should share. Dude, that emote is hilarious, by the way. With the tongue. Okay, darker, awesome. Yeah, I think maybe even like, I don't know, one of these tones might work, or maybe even this darker one. I'm not sure. I would just try going darker, maybe some of the edges of this. That, I don't know. Just a thought. Thank you so much. Absolutely. Thanks for sharing. Lizard dressed up for Halloween. The lizard is Halloween. Halloween is every day for that lizard. The lizard's name is Halloween. No, I'm just saying stuff. Yeah, it's October sticker for my sticker club. Oh, cool. It's a cute one. Lizards are awesome. I used to have a pet lizard. It was a Chinese water dragon. Like, one day I was smoking weed before school because I had to like wake up at like fucking 4 a.m. to go to school, and I was smoking weed and I fed it, and I guess I left the door to its cage open. And I felt so bad. Couldn't find it for 3 days, and then I found it. But it had ingested some, you know, dust or something. It was covered in dust. And it was a very dusty house that I lived in. And unfortunately, they can't like digest like anything. Like, so whatever it was clogged its digestive tract, and it, you know, dried up in the light, the heating light. I still feel bad about that. If I would have just paid more attention feeding the darn thing, I don't think it would still be alive, but you never know. The bearded dragon? No, this was the Chinese water dragon. I did have a bearded dragon for a little bit too, but it wasn't really mine. It came with a house that I moved into. There's like this one room house that I moved into, and there's like temporary living situation, and the last temporary living situation person left their pet. Do you know those lizards that look like dragons, the scale ones? I want one. A bearded dragon? Oh, I see what you guys are talking about, the bearded dragon. Yeah, yeah. Oh no, that's sad. Yeah, so I found a new home for the bearded dragon though. Wait, what's going on here? This isn't even me. This is some other random person. That was the end of my musics. Oh, there's Dining Ethics. The band that I used to be in. So I was doing turntables. A friend of mine was doing keyboards and Ableton, and then another friend was doing vocals. Oh no, I forgot about the kitty. How is it not more dead? Uh-oh, how do I get to that one? Oh, that was easy.
be blinded if, blinded if. Suppose me to be the critic, you be fitting to expound the sign around you. Be missing shit's weak. It's all get up, get out.
Oh my god, it is dying. It just wasn't updating.
A breath of intent, sonically you're spent. The time's come and went out with the dinosaurs. Motherfucker, you past tense. Allow me to digress. What I'm getting at, you see, you be not the envy of any enemy or present company. The whole goddamn family thinks you're less about you than your exes. Now with Texas, giving sexes and you be still sending checks. Alimony. Gotcha, bitch. I'll be blinded.
Almost lost my kitty.
Allow me to judge you on this course. Unable to see the rhymes you be committing. Unable to hear the crimes you be spitting. I'll be blinded if, I'll be blinded if, I'll be blinded if, I'll be blinded if, I'll be Booming back in action from a past that never happened, in which my classic rap and you keeping copies in plastic. Spark the flame and make a hit, cough and spit all over it. I'ma never claim to be the sun, but only that I'm brightest one. We gonna fake the bulls and take control. We gonna smoke a couple bulls and then we'll roll. I'ma bring my hoodie cause it's cold. I'll be blinded if to your soul. Allow me to judge you on this course. Unable to see the rhymes you be committing. Unable to hear the crimes you be spitting. I'll be blinded if, 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 I'll be blinded if.
And that is it for us today. And we will leave you with a. What does that mean? Play us out.
69 energy. That was 69 work points. Oh, was it 69 energy? This is the energy. This is the work points. This one is at 69 when I read it. But this one's close. We need to find more stuff. I kind of want to see it happy, but it's still sad. I think it's bugged. It's not supposed to be this sad all the time. Well, now it's sleepy. There's money in that chest. 15 coins. This was... The sun is slippery. This one's just me and one other person. With the blob dance, it just bounces up and down. Nice. I was at like 43 and now I'm at like 36 health. Uh-oh, we got numbers. Wake up, we go to work. We gotta make you some food. Some money to buy food. Got that fancy feast. Kara says, Ari Boops, I also make art. I could send you some of my characters if you'd like to see. And sorry anyone if I sound too forward. No, don't apologize. A little bit more and then you can sleep. Go to sleep. I'll find that money. Yeah, Ari's in my Discord too, by the way. So I'm sure she wouldn't mind if you got a hold of her there. So my thoughts are, first of all, we have way more energy than we can get rid of. And it's way hard to increase the health. Meanwhile, there's like a whole lot of things that will decrease the health. So maybe we need to increase the health by 2? We need you making money. All right, we got 12 bucks. Also, I think it should like tell you what level work you are. This was like way back when I first started using turntables. And it's already freaking 4 in the morning. That's crazy. Uh-oh. I'm back to 41. This one was with Militant.
Selection and selection, so the member 1 year.
So I'm playing the turntables, and then Olsen is playing the keyboards, and then Militant is on the mic. And this was live, unrehearsed.
Got to be mine all time. Got to be mine. You got to be mine. You got to be mine all time, boy. Love no go from the tribute, yeah. But if you girl believe in me.
I wanted to make a remix before, but I'm so bad at timing. Yeah, you know, honestly, the first remixes that I made, I didn't even really care about timing at all. But they weren't very good either. But you gotta start somewhere, you know what I mean? I would use a digital turntable when I got, when I was like 11, because my brother got into DJing for a bit. Oh, cool. Dude, I love turntables. I kind of want to buy one. I've been looking at one that costs like $1,500, and because my vinyl deck broke when I moved out here. So like for the last like 7 months, 8 months, I've had no vinyl deck. Well, I have this like old portable, but it makes the records sound more warped than they actually are. But yeah, I'm very glad that I had my DJ phase, because I never really left it. Like, I never took it like super seriously, like I did shows, I played live shows by myself, and I was taking it serious for a bit, but I never like pursued it as a career, right? Like, I was like, okay, well, that was fun, and I'm going to do what I want to do. I wasn't like, oh, I'm gonna make everyone dance to the music that they want to hear. I'm gonna like just know what people want to hear when I walk into the room. I was never that way. I was like, okay, I'm going to play stuff that's going to alienate the entire room, and it's going to be fun for me. You're gonna starve if you don't work. This was from that same session. Gonna have to starve, huh?
And if they try to follow, they will surely drown. Oh, they face up the roots and move resistance of this sound. No roots of righteousness and shoot them down up your bar. war. Jehovah fear war, war, war. Jehovah fear war in a Babylon zone. If I teach you moving till I say I throne. That's how we can live put on no that's how we home. He say you can African demand the man must be your nose. He should say war, war, war. Jehovah fear war, war, war. Jehovah fear war, war, war. Jehovah fear war in a Babylon zone. In a Babylon zone. If I teach you cooking, say I say I throne. That's how we can live put on no that's how we judgment time. So we set them from fire. So we set them from fire. We set them from fire. Oh Lord, oh Lord.
I see a lot of cute turntables now, like really small ones. Interesting.
See me down southside. See me down southside. See down southside. So give me. I want someone you love, baby.
This is the one that I've been looking at. So it's got this thing. You don't even need to use the tone arm to play Serato or Record Box records. So you can link it to your computer using like a timed vinyl, and it uses this to not only hold the record down and possibly even flatten warped records, but it sends the data from this thing to the computer wirelessly. But yeah, it's fucking $1,500 just for the one. Luckily, I only need one. But yeah, a little bit overpriced. Maybe one day. If only it was cheaper. Uh-oh, we're killing the cat. Look at all this money we've got, and yet the cat's got no food. Go to sleep. Oh, we gotta go back. Oh, and this was Gabe Burnell singing. This was actually one of the first sessions we did as a band. Wirelessly, I'd be scared of delay, but I think at that price, there's probably no delay. Yeah, no, there's no delay. I'm delay deaf anyway, so it wouldn't bother me. Yeah, no, I could tell, you know, like I don't use like Bluetooth, for example, has a delay. You know what I mean? So yeah, I'm not. I think it uses Wi-Fi though. So however it does it, it's only sending a small amount of data. It's not actually sending the music. It's sending the time-coded vinyl data is what it is. So that way it knows the rotation speed. That's pretty much all it is. It's like a BPM signal that it's sending across to the computer, and then the software on the computer uses that signal to tell it how fast to play the song that it's playing. Oh, I see. That's cool. Yeah, it's super mind-blowing. And yeah, I mean, at first glance, it's like, can I even trust that? But like, everyone says that it's good. Although honestly, there's a whole lot of people that are like, just go with this other one because it's cheaper and it does the same thing. But I don't know. I've kind of always wanted a Pioneer. Oh, and this one has me on vocals. Again, this is like a super old one. It says 14 years ago we uploaded this track. To this day, I still wonder how the fuck does a small disc contain a movie burned on it. So it's interesting, but it's ones and zeros. It's all binary. I mean, I get something because it looks cool. I don't know. If I had more money, I would buy things that look cool, but a lot of times I get things based on like how much like I can use it to like propel me, either career-wise or just hobby-wise. I realize at this point I'm probably not going to make any money off of DJing. I don't know. There is a bar out here that does video game DJs. I probably could play there, but would it be worth it? Probably not. Could be fun, maybe. I don't know, but I'd have to come up with a set. Honestly, I've been kind of itching to do like a video game music set. I've been making so much video game music, and like my whole thing now is like either chiptune or what they call fake bit, right? Like not quite chiptune, but trying to be chiptune. And I could do a pretty good mix of both of those on those CDJs. Yeah, it's crazy how anyone is able to come up with that. No, but that's being smart. A little bit. It's kind of like, you know, self-perseverance, but at the same time, a little bit of cheapness. I still like this song, to be honest. Maybe it's because I'm singing on it. Actually, even that wow wow wow, that's me in a vocoder. That's why you don't hear me singing anything at this point, because I'm onto the vocoder. So this is not me. This is my friend Michael B. I won't play the music, but I will show you the art that I made for him. I actually made his CD cover for him. It was his concept. But yeah. That's what I made for him. He liked it. You know, he had it printed on actual CDs. And then I think he had stickers made too. And here it is with the logo. But yeah, enough SoundCloud. Really need to fix that number. The 25, 26, 27. Definitely the work number. I feel like this game should like save its progress also. I got into chiptune because of you and Kemi actually. Oh cool. OMG, that's so trippy, I like it. Awesome. Glad you like it. Yeah, Kemi's awesome. Kemi's so good at chiptune. Like, she's been doing the LSDJ stuff for a while now. She's like really good at it. I've done a little bit of LSDJ stuff, but I'm not good enough to like sit down with it and like or do it on stream, right? Like, I love doing it, but it doesn't turn out as good as hers. I still have a long ways to go, and I don't do it nearly often enough. Yeah, she does some storytelling too for context. Oh yeah, absolutely. Her whole thing is like making a game in her head and making the music for the game. I love that. And then not even making the game. Like, that blows my mind as a game developer. But actually, she does some game development too, or has done some game development. But yeah, she's really into music, so I get that. Honestly, for a long time, I wanted to just be a musician. But then I was like, you know what? I'm pretty good at art. I might as well, like... It was easier for me to do art than music. Music was always, like, this big challenge. I love doing it, don't get me wrong, but, like, it was always a challenge, for sure. It still is a challenge sometimes. Especially like making music for other people's games, or like for things that are like, you know, commissioned, right? That gets tough. Want to play the drums, but there's no room for a drum set in my house. Story of my life. No, actually, for a long time, I had the jam spot, and people would bring their drum set to chill in my house, and of course I got to play it, right? Because it was my house. So I actually got pretty good at drums. But yeah, now I just have a djembe and like a trigger, like a single snare trigger, and I hardly play either of them. I use like finger drum pads, you know. I use those quite a bit. But I'm not terribly great at that either, like especially live. Like I can make a beat and like loop it and stuff like that, but or like use it as a production tool. But if I was gonna like do a drum solo on the drum pads, like yeah, that probably wouldn't work too well. Same with the trigger. I could do pretty good on the djembe. I really like the djembe. But yeah, I want to get a set, but again, it's like, do I really want to drop like another $1,000 on a set? And then like also like I have neighbors and shit. Like I know they wouldn't be mad if I play the drums, but you know, like I don't know. I really want a drum set, but you know, I was thinking maybe like an electronic one would be a good idea. But I kind of want like a real one. I don't know. You're sleepy already? What are you doing sleeping on the job? Mine isn't about space, more about noise pollution. Yeah, that's a tough one. Music is really hard, yeah. Like, art's hard too, but I had like a natural like knack for art, you know what I mean? Like I could like just like even when I was really young, I would draw stuff and people would be like, "Oh, that looks really good." But then as soon as I started learning music, all I got from people was like, you need to stop doing that. Stop being loud, stop being obnoxious. What are you even doing? Are you even trying? And yeah, my first instrument was a cornet, which is like a trumpet, for those of you who don't know. And it's a loud instrument. There's no getting around that. And of course my parents didn't buy me a mute. So like, even a mute is still loud. Hey, Teacher Eduardo's here. How you doing? Hello there. Greetings from Brazil. How are you doing this fine day?
Oh, a beautiful
well,
thing.
it is 4 a.m. here,
Spectacular.
but I'm doing good. We've been working on this this game jam. Did it just enter this by itself? That's really weird. I didn't hit the button there. Oh, I see what happened, because the shift button was hit because of the Pyrotoad. Yeah, that's what happened. Anyways, that was fun. That was good. There is still a bug where we're getting weird numbers. I kind of want to fix that, but we'll save it. You did the save redeem. We'll save it. But thanks for checking in, or for all the redeems. Yeah, and for checking in. Greetings to Brazil. There you go. I wouldn't care about making noise as my neighbors are loud, so I can be loud too. There you go. Yeah, I was definitely the loud neighbor for a while. Small game jam. Yeah, the LowRez game jam. 64 by 64 pixels for the game field, the play field. So everything fits within that, and then there's like a lot of tile swapping going on in this scene. But for some reason, when we calculate the time, we're doing like a work number calculation somewhere in here, and it should be not doing it in these scenes, but it is. I think something... None of these seem to have the numbers in it. Oh, there it is. Look at that. That don't need to be there. The 20s. It was always the 20s that did it too. We found the issue. Cool. I feel good about that. It definitely needs more dungeons. There's only, what, 9 right now? And they're random. But they change a little bit depending on like the treasure. The treasure changes randomly. So yeah, it would be nice to have more variations for the treasure, and that's something we could do for sure. But also it'd be nice to have like, I don't know, 10 times as many dungeons. Dance time, Abby. Pyrotoad's got a clown hat, I just realized. But Teacher Eduardo, I hope you've been well. We had a little break. I was on a little vacation for the last week. Drove out to Arizona and then drove back for this game jam. So what we've got going on here is a pet simulator dungeon crawling game. but there's no enemies yet. I kind of want to make like a fight scene where you like fight with your pet. But yeah, I feel like it might get hurt, and then it's so hard to fill up the life that might not be that fun. But yeah, so you go around and you collect coins and then you spend that coin on food, and then you can put your pet to work so it makes more money, which you also spend on food, and then you clean up its poo, and when it gets tired you put it to bed, and then you wake it up and tell it to go to work again when it's about to starve, basically. I hope you had lots of fun in Arizona. I did. I've been at my girlfriend's house. Awesome. Good to hear it. Yeah, no, I have a friend out in Arizona. I used to live out in Arizona, so I went to see my friend and stayed with them for a bit, and yeah, just played a lot of Helldivers, really. He's really into that game. He's got like a little crew of people that he calls up, and I was playing with them, and gained like 2 or 3 levels playing Helldivers, which is a lot for me. I'm already at like level 80 something, so. Pet dad simulator. What does that have to do with the dad? I am still trying to think of a name though. Oh, excuse me. I should probably start winding down here. Let's try to find someone to raid. This person looks interesting. I'm not sure. It looks like they're like, they've got like a focus timer and a big mute symbol. So it looks like they're not making noise. Superb, not Tamagotchi Sim 1999. Hello, country that you're from. Pew pew. I don't know what app this is. Oh wow, this person worked on Shovel Knight as a game developer at Yacht Club Games. Damn. You guys want to see a pro do pixel art? That could be interesting. Thank you for the stream. You're welcome, Kixie. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate you being here. You always brighten up the stream. Taco Crab, you do too as well, with your little froggy dance moves. Thanks for the stream. I appreciate it. All right, yeah, let's raid Nick Waz. They're pretty big. They work for Yacht Club, so we may not even get recognized as beings. But hope you have a good day. Thank you, I appreciate that. Bye-bye. Yeah, I hope to speak to you soon. Remember, you can send me those images of the characters art that you've done if you want to. But yeah, let's go ahead and do that. I need to snooze this ad before it happens. And yeah. Good night, everyone. Good night, Kixie. So we'll do raid that person. Alright. And we've got the raid message. Cool. And yeah, thanks everyone. Thank you, Indie Maniac, for the raid. I very much appreciate that. Sightfix Aethermind for the raid.
And another save! Wham! Oh! Another sensational save! No doubt about that one. Another sensational save!
That's 3 saves in a row. Well, we've already saved, but thanks for that. But yeah, thank you for the follows and everyone for being cool. Oh, and Gnomable for the raid also. Yeah. Thank you again, everyone. I hope you have a wonderful day or morning or night or whatever it is. If you're going to bed, sleep well. I think we're raiding soon. Oh, 2 seconds. 1 second. Here we go. Bye. Oh, wait. Are we raiding now? Wait, what's happening? Is it not raiding now? Not raiding yet. Alright, we'll see you there. Take care, everyone.